Marshall Peak, Chapter 4837, Xiao He. Strange images kept flashing through Yang Kai's mind. The name Chu Hua Shang seemed to have a special power as it repeatedly resonated across his head while he was unconscious, knocking on his sealed memory. There came a moment when the seal was broken as he went through the experiences in his previous lives in his dream. The figure that had always been vague in his dreams finally became crystal clear. As she turned her head, a joyful and coquettish face came into his sight. Yang Kai abruptly opened his eyes. He was still weak due to the injury and poison he had suffered from. Even though he was strong, it was impossible that he could fully recover as soon as he awakened. Everything around him looked familiar to him. He supposed he was in his own bedroom in Grand Chi Temple. A person was seated beside his bed. The only person who could enter his bedroom as she pleased and protected him while he was unconscious was none other than Luo Tinghe. At this moment, she was looking at him with a weird expression. As though realizing something, she once again asked the question she had asked countless times before, "Have you recalled it?" Yang Kai nodded his head. An energized Luo Tinghe asked, "What did you recall?" Many things. Yang Kai struggled to sit up, but he didn't have the strength to do so. Seeing that, Luo Tinghe quickly helped him up and placed a pillow behind his back. Then, she stared at him with a longing expression. "Tell me all about it." Yang Kai shook his head, then gazed at her with an awkward expression and asked, "Have you recalled it?" In an instant, Luo Tinghe appeared puzzled. "What am I supposed to recall?" "I don't know." In the dream, he finally shattered the shackles that had locked his memory and remembered who he truly was. He recalled where this place was and his reason for coming here. Yang Kai felt a lingering fear in his heart and realized once more how mysterious the Samsara Pavilion was. It was already his 9th life. After living in this world for so long, he had forgotten about who he was, not to mention the fact that he was supposed to shatter Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier. After many rounds of reincarnation, his memory had been greatly affected. If he hadn't come across Chu Hua Shang by chance this time, his memory wouldn't have been restored. He would have still regarded himself to be the temple master of Grand Chi Temple who strived to achieve victory for the righteous path. The challenge he had to face in this life was unusually difficult. Now, he was the temple master of Grand Chi Temple while Chu Hua Shang was a disciple of White Lotus sect. Both parties had been arch-nemeses for a very long time. During their first encounter, Chu Hua Shang thrust her sword into his chest and almost killed him. This wasn't a good sign. He reckoned that he had to come up with a good plan in order to win her heart and shatter her heart barrier in this kind of situation. Besides that, the existence of Luo Tinghe concerned him. After his memory was restored, Yang Kai realized that his personal bodyguard was no ordinary person. That was because she had been by his side since the 6th life. In the 6th life, he saved a starving beggar, who was none other than Luo Tinghe. The person had the same name and appearance as his current personal bodyguard. He initially thought that she was just an illusory figure in the samsara world, so he wasn't bothered by it. However, in the 7th life, she once again appeared by his side. This time, she was no longer a beggar. Instead, she was a valiant general who had made countless contributions on the battlefields. On the other hand, he was the king of the country. In the 8th life, she became a sect master while he was a disciple of that sect. After so many rounds of reincarnation, he finally figured out a thing or two about the samsara worlds. These samsara worlds were born on the foundation of Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier. In other words, her heart was the key to solving the mystery in the samsara worlds. The reason Yang Kai could always smoothly appear in these samsara worlds was that Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier had something to do with him as it connected both of them. Therefore, regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation he went through, he would always appear in the samsara world where she was located. While that was the case for him, what was going on with Xiaohe? Since the 6th life, she had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were born on the foundation of Chu Hua Shang's heart barrier, which suggested that she had something to do with the latter. Was she someone important to Chu Hua Shang? Was that the reason she had always been around in the previous few lives? However, Yang Kai had never heard Chu Hua Shang mention this person before. What was even more puzzling was that Xiao He would always be by Yang Kai's side every time she appeared. Now, he wasn't certain whether Xiao He was someone who had entered the Samsara Pavilion and become reincarnated into the Samsara worlds, just like himself, or an illusory figure created by these Samsara worlds. If it was the former, it meant that Luo Ting he was training her heart in the Samsara Pavilion while her true body was hidden in one of the trees. If it was the latter, she should be a manifestation of Chu Huashang's memories somehow. She repeatedly asked him if he had recalled anything, which seemed to suggest that she was aware that her memory had been sealed too. In that case, she was probably not an illusory figure. Instead, she was a real person who had barged into these samsara worlds somehow. However, she was muddle-headed and even acted somewhat crazed most of the time, so it was impossible for Yang Kai to ask her anything about it. Luo Ting he stared at him with a tilted head for a moment. Upon realizing that he didn't intend to delve into this topic, she stopped asking. Instead, she said, "I've found out what you want to know. Chu Huashang is one of the saintesses under the White Lotus Matriarch. She had only stopped cultivating in seclusion some time ago. The White Lotus Matriarch has very high hopes of her." She's a saintess? Yang Kai was rendered speechless. He initially thought that Chu Huashang was just an ordinary disciple of White Lotus sect, so it surprised him when he learned that she was a saintess. This was a knotty issue. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, but there were only a small number of saintesses who all had the right to become the next sect master. Every saintess had extraordinary aptitude and influence. Moreover, they were all loyal to White Lotus sect and regarded Grand Qi Temple to be the arch-nemesis. In this kind of situation, it was close to impossible for him to win Chu Huashang's heart as the temple master of Grand Qi Temple. Furthermore, it was already the 9th life. He reckoned that the last round of reincarnation was also the hardest, as even his memory had been sealed for several dozen years. It wasn't until he came across Chu Huashang that his memory was unsealed. It must be even worse for her. Unlike the first life, she wouldn't fall in love with him just because he had saved her life. Therefore, it was practically hopeless to wait for Chu Huashang to fall in love with him. When they met again, she would only try to kill him without hesitation, just like how she steadfastly thrust her sword into his chest during their first encounter. From what we've gathered, it was just a pretense that those from White Lotus sect wanted to hold a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City. Their original intention was to kill you. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiaoyi took the initiative to report the information that Grand Qi Temple had gathered recently. Yang Kai nodded. I figured. In fact, the White Lotus Matriarch had made an incredible move. Holding a sacrificial ceremony in East Star City might not be entirely a pretense. If those from Grand Qi Temple were unable to stop them, they would achieve something great by successfully refining the 10,000 soul banner. If those from Grand Qi Temple decided to interfere, they could attempt to kill Temple Master Yang Kai. In reality, they had almost succeeded. Yang Kai was fully aware of who the saintesses in White Lotus sect were, but those from Grand Qi Temple were completely clueless about this new saintess, Chu Huashang. Moreover, Yang Kai fell into a dazed state when he saw the familiar figure. Therefore, he was unsuspecting when Chu Huashang made her move. The people outside are flustered. They thought that you might not ever awaken, Xiao He said. The Vice Temple Masters have had some arguments. Do you want to go out and placate them? There's no need for that. Yang Kai shook his head. Okay. Luo Ting he appeared nonchalant. Everyone knew that Yang Kai was the only person in the world that she cared about. She wasn't even concerned about her own master sect, the Emerald Smoke sect. That was the reason she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard back then instead of one of the 6 Vice Temple Masters. The fact that the Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple was badly injured wasn't supposed to be a big deal. Basically, every cultivator would become wounded at some point in their lives. However, the injury Yang Kai had suffered was not ordinary, and there was fatal poison on the sword that had wounded him. Everyone thought that the Temple Master was doomed. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, his strength would diminish significantly. In fact, that was indeed the case. The Temple Master was lucky enough to have escaped from death's door, but he had rarely stepped out of his room since he awakened. When he did show up sometimes, He was seen with a pale face, and it was apparent that he had difficulty walking. This was a sign that his condition had deteriorated. 1 month later, all 6 Vice Temple Masters came to an agreement. During a meeting in Grand Shi Temple, they implicitly suggested that Yang Kai step down from the position of Temple Master. After all, the Temple Master of Grand Shi Temple was supposed to be the most powerful cultivator of all 7 great sects. The Temple Master wasn't just a symbol, but also the spiritual support of Grand Shi Temple. Every year, those from White Lotus sect would make countless attempts to kill the leaders of Grand Shi Temple. If the Temple Master was weak, the entire Grand Shi Temple would be greatly impacted if he was assassinated. By then, everyone would be flustered, and those from White Lotus sect would seize the chance to destroy them. Faced with the Vice Temple Master's implicit request, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to step down as the Temple Master. As for who would be the next Temple Master of Grand Shi Temple, it was none of his business. If his memory hadn't been restored, he wouldn't have easily made a concession. After all, he was a disciple from Divine Method Hall in this life, and he had always been involved in the fight against White Lotus sect. Furthermore, his biggest wish had been to destroy White Lotus sect once and for all. However, since his memory had been restored, he knew what he was supposed to do. Yang Kai turned down their invitation to become one of the Vice Temple Masters, and one fine morning, he simply left Grand Shi Temple with a horse and some belongings. Luo Ting he followed him closely. Although those from Emerald Smoke sect were against the idea, they were powerless to stop her. As far as they were concerned, she was a crazy woman, and only Yang Kai was able to communicate with her. She wouldn't bother to talk to others at all. Barely after 3 years, she seemed to have perfectly accepted the fact that she was Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. Even though he had stepped down from the position of Temple Master, she still followed him wherever he went. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4838, Looking for Someone? 1 month later, a man and a woman, who were covered in dust, arrived at a certain village. The man's face was slightly pale as he coughed from time to time. There was a spear on his back. On the other hand, the woman was petite while her face was alluring. There was a sword in her hand. They were none other than Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, who had come all the way here from Grand Shi Temple. It was just an ordinary village. Beside the dilapidated walls were kids who were playing around. Smoke could be seen billowing from the chimney of every house as the smell of food lingered in the air. There were some plump women who called out to their kids to go home and have a meal. The kids, who were playing around with some weapons made from wood in their hands, were curious about these visitors as they surrounded and examined them. Xiaohe sniffled and stroked her flat belly. "I'm hungry." She then looked pleadingly at Yang Kai. Following a sigh, Yang Kai took the pouch from his waist and fished out a silver coin. He then said to the kids around him, "Whoever can bring us to have some delicious food will get this." The eyes of those kids brightened as they streamed towards him. "I have some delicious food in my house. I'll bring you there. Come to my house." "They're lying. They don't eat meat at all. There's salted fish in my house." After a tug of war, a slightly older kid managed to grab the silver coin. Although he was punched a bit by the other kids because of that, he didn't mind it. As he clenched the silver coin in his hand, he took Yang Kai's clothes with his other hand and said, "Come with me." Yang Kai nodded and motioned for Xiaohe to follow him. They soon arrived at the kid's house. His parents were around, wearing simple clothes that most farmers would own. Years of hard work had left some clear marks on their bodies. The man wasn't good with words as he smiled like a fool. Realizing that Yang Kai and Xiaohe were wealthy though, he treated them in a friendly manner. On the other hand, his wife was stocky, but she was pretty hospitable. Seeing the silver coin presented to them by their son, they generously gave Yang Kai and Xiaohe 2 bowls of rice as well as a salted fish they had kept for quite some time. Xiaohe picked up the bowl and wolfed down the meal. The man was squatting at the door and smoking while the woman stood on the side with a smile. The kid was seated by the table as he watched Xiaohe devour the food with a pair of curious eyes. "Are you not going to eat?" After finishing her own food, Xiaohe looked up and realized that Yang Kai hadn't had anything. "You can have it," Yang Kai put on a smile. Without hesitation, Xiaohe picked up his bowl of rice and gobbled it up. It was hard to imagine that such a small woman had such a big appetite. In fact, Yang Kai had brought quite a bit of money with him when he left Grand Qi Temple, but barely 1 month later, he had used up almost all of it to buy food for Xiaohe. My sister was born to have a big appetite. Please don't mind her, madam. Yang Kai turned to look at the smiling woman. Although the woman was hospitable, she wasn't good with words. Upon hearing that, she waved her hand and said, "It's fine. We still have quite a lot of rice. She can have as much of it as she pleases." Yang Kai then gazed at the kid beside him. "You're still growing. Why don't you eat something?" The kid replied with a smile, "You can eat first. I'll eat later." In response, Yang Kai nodded and stopped objecting. All of a sudden, Xiaohe raised the bowl and said to the woman, "More rice, please." Upon hearing that, the man, who was smoking at the door, started coughing violently. He almost couldn't breathe because of that. The woman's eyelids twitched as she took the bowl with an awkward expression before she entered the kitchen to get more rice for her. Xiaohe proceeded to devour that bowl, and then asked for more. 1 hour later, the woman took the empty bowl with a bitter expression and looked at Xiaohe, who was still asking for more rice. "That's all we have." The man was no longer in the mood to smoke. Since Xiaohe asked for more rice for the 3rd time, he had kept turning his head to stare fixedly at her. The kid beside Yang Kai sported a cold expression. A disappointed Xiaohe said, "I'm not full yet." Disbelief was written all over the woman's face as she gazed at Yang Kai. She couldn't figure out how he managed to raise his sister. This kind of appetite was enough to make a wealthy family go broke. Was the food delicious? Yang Kai gaped at Xiaohe. "It was delicious, but there was a bitter aftertaste," Xiaohe replied honestly. "Of course the food was bitter since there was poison in it," Yang Kai chuckled. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 figures came right at Xiaohe and him at the same time. The man, who had been seated by the door, suddenly attempted to tackle them. The saber in his hand flickered as he was engulfed in murderous intent. The woman tossed the bowl away as she took a step forward and pushed out her palm towards Xiaohe. Even the kid beside Yang Kai suddenly fished out a sword and tried to stab it into the latter's heart from a tricky angle. The next moment, Xiaohe made a move. The man and woman grunted before they were sent flying away while spraying a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai extended 2 fingers and gently caught the blade. Regardless of how hard the kid tried, he was unable to retract his sword as his face started flushing. A furious Xiaohe snapped, "Why didn't you tell me earlier that there was poison in the food? Aren't you immune to all kinds of poison?" Yang Kai batted his eyes. "Oh, right." Xiaohe calmed down instantly, but she still felt aggrieved. "But you should have told me about it." "Would you not eat it if I told you?" A bashful Xiaohe replied hesitantly, "I would still eat it anyway." "See?" Yang Kai shrugged and extended his hand. The kid grunted and fell backwards. Then, he was shocked to realize that he was unable to move as a mysterious force passed through all his meridians. "Who are they?" Xiaohe frowned. The 3 of them were cultivators, and they put poison into their food. It was apparent that they were ill-intentioned. "They're disciples of White Lotus sect." Yang Kai rose from the chair. "This place is one of their secret hideouts." Upon hearing that, Xiaohe was astounded. She just followed Yang Kai wherever he went and didn't care about anything else, so she was surprised to learn that he had brought her to this kind of place. It wasn't that she was afraid. Given their strength, there were rarely any cultivators in the world who could harm them if they were in a one-on-one fight. The reason Yang Kai knew this was one of the secret hideouts of White Lotus sect was that he had been the temple master of Grand Qi Temple for 3 years. He was also aware of other hideouts like this. The reason he didn't tell anyone to destroy them previously was that he didn't want to alert the enemy to his knowledge. Nevertheless, since he was no longer the temple master, the previous arrangements didn't matter anymore. "What are we doing here?" "Looking for someone." As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, he frowned and looked out the door. He could sense that many people had surrounded the house. It was apparent that the fight just now had caught the attention of other White Lotus sect's disciples. "I'll deal with them." After having some poisonous food, Xiaohe was furious. Then, She raised her sword and dashed out of the house. Soon, shrieks were continuously heard from all directions. The woman and the man, who were lying on the ground, finally had their expressions changed drastically. The woman asked, "Who are you?" Turning to her, he slowly spoke his name, Yang Kai. Upon hearing that, the man widened his eyes and started trembling. With a pale face, the woman exclaimed, "Grand Qi Temple's temple master, Yang Kai?" The war between good and evil had raged for hundreds of years. Even though the grassroots disciples of White Lotus sect had never seen Yang Kai before, all of them had heard his name at least. To them, the temple master of Grand Qi Temple was just as noble as their own White Lotus matriarch. The average person wouldn't have a chance to see either of them. No one could have expected that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple would appear in such a remote village. "I'm no longer the temple master of Grand Qi Temple." Yang Kai shook his head. His words confirmed the woman's speculation. The woman appeared dejected. Just now, she was trying to come up with a way to flee. However, upon learning that the man before her eyes was the legendary Yang Kai, she gave up on the idea. The gap between their strength was insurmountable, so how was she supposed to flee? "What are you doing in our White Lotus sect stronghold?" the woman asked. "I already said I'm looking for someone from White Lotus sect." "Who are you talking about?" "It's none of your business. Just tell your higher-ups about it, and the person I'm looking for will come to see me." A myriad of expressions came over the woman's face. With her hand pressed against her chest, she got to her feet slowly. Then, she forcefully moved backwards and destroyed the wall behind her before running away at full speed. Then, she heard Yang Kai saying, "I'll wait here for a month. If I don't see the person I'm looking for by then, I'll personally visit the 8 secret hideouts of White Lotus sect." The woman shuddered and ran faster. Xiaohe dashed into the house and looked around. She fled? "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and took a look at her sword, which was soaked in blood. "Have you killed all of them?" Nonchalantly, Xiaohe replied, "Yes. You wanted some of them to live? You should have told me earlier." Then, she gazed at the man and the kid on the ground as her murderous intent surged. "Well, you should probably keep them alive to cook for you." "I don't know how to cook." Yang Kai's words were effective in stopping her from killing the last 2 survivors. Although the man and the kid had escaped from death's door, they felt devastated. After all, as disciples of White Lotus sect, they had fallen into the hands of these 2. It was expected that life would be like living hell for them. They could already imagine the kind of torture they would face. In reality, things were different from what they imagined. In the following days, they were not tortured in any way. The man was responsible for cooking meals for Xiaohe and Yang Kai every day. On the other hand, the kid had no choice but to play some childish games with Xiaohe. During this period of time, they repeatedly tried to flee using many different methods. However, what was a matter of life or death to them was like another game in Xiaohe's eyes. She would always appear at the most unexpected moments and capture the 2 of them, who were ready to run away or had already left the village. Every time they were captured, some of their hair would be cut as a punishment. After just half a month, both of them became bald. Since there was no hair left on their heads, Xiaohe said to them in a serious manner, "If I catch you again, I'll have no choice but to cut your heads." Their hair would grow back after it was cut, but their heads certainly wouldn't. They wouldn't dare to find out whether Xiaohe was serious, so after that day, they became obedient and didn't dare to flee again. Meanwhile, having lost a source of entertainment, Xiaohe found it to be boring and soon regretted threatening them in such a way. Martial Peak, Chapter 4839, Prove It to Me. The deadline Yang Kai had given was 1 month. If he couldn't see the person he was looking for within that time, he would personally visit 8 of White Lotus sect's secret hideouts. This kind of threat was intolerable to those from White Lotus sect. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect, so there were definitely a lot more than 8 secret hideouts. However, no one knew exactly which 8 hideouts Yang Kai was talking about. In that case, it wouldn't be possible for them to move the people there to another place. In order to keep the hideout safe, the only way was to kill Yang Kai once and for all. On the last day of the deadline, Yang Kai was cultivating with his legs crossed in the middle of the night. After a few months of hard work, he finally managed to force out the remaining poison. The last bit of poison was sprayed out from his mouth along with some black blood. At that instant, he felt energized and refreshed, as though the shackles around his body had been lifted. Those from Grand Chi Temple thought that even though he had survived the fatal poison, his strength must have decreased significantly. That was the reason the 6 Vice Temple Masters joined forces to make him step down as the Temple Master. They might be doing it out of greed or for the greater good of everyone. However, after realizing his true heart, Yang Kai was no longer interested in the position of Temple Master. Even if no one had forced him to resign, he would still have stepped down from the position. There were more important things he had to do. His experiences in the samsara worlds were nothing more than illusions. All of a sudden, the sounds of something breaking through the air were heard, which were extremely ear-catching in this serene night. Following that, arrows penetrated the door and windows from all directions and engulfed him like a storm. Yang Kai, who was seated on the bed, picked up his spear and spun it. Following some clangs, all the arrows were deflected. However, the rain of arrows didn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Yang Kai roared and leaped into the air before smashing through the roof. There were already some people waiting for him on the roof. As soon as he appeared, they assumed a formation and tried to kill him together. All of them were fairly powerful. In a one-on-one fight, none of them could last even 3 of Yang Kai's moves, but after they joined forces, they could make up for each other's weaknesses and greatly increase their collective strength. After more than 10 breaths of intense battle, Yang Kai grunted and fell backwards. He crashed through the roof and landed on the ground. Just then, 2 hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed his ankles. The person then exerted more force with his hands in an attempt to drag Yang Kai into the ground. Without sparing a glance, Yang Kai stabbed his spear a meter deep into the ground. When he pulled out his weapon, the ground was already dyed crimson. The attackers came at him from the rooftop, but Yang Kai wielded his spear and dealt with them. Right then, shrieks could be heard coming from outside the house. Xiaohe had made her move. In the darkness, she was like a phantom. Wherever she drifted, enemies would shriek and lose their lives. A moment later, she arrived at Yang Kai's side. The people that had been using a formation were initially an equal match for Yang Kai. However, with Xiaohe joining the battle, they instantly found it hard to persevere. Yang Kai and Xiaohe had worked together for many years, so they could easily coordinate with each other. The powerful cultivators that White Lotus sect had spent years nurturing were all killed in fewer than 20 breaths. There was some blood on Xiaohe's face. She dabbed it with her finger and licked it with her tongue. Her expression became excited and hideous while her murderous intent radiated like a bright light in the darkness. It was as though she would kill any living creature that was in front of her. Yang Kai directly landed a smack on her head. Xiaohe's figure was forced to lower, but her murderous intent had subsided significantly. She had restored some sensibility as she sported an aggrieved expression and pressed her lips together. "Look for her," Yang Kai demanded. Xiaohe sniffled, then pointed in a particular direction. "That way?" They moved at the same time and charged forward in that direction. Inside a house that was still intact stood several figures in silence, as they had hidden their auras. Even a top cultivator like Yang Kai hadn't noticed it before. Nevertheless, Xiaohe could accurately find them. The wall shattered, but before those people could react, Yang Kai and Xiaohe had already appeared right in front of them. As their eyes met, Yang Kai flashed a bright smile at the woman at the front. However, the woman sported an extremely gloomy expression while the faces of her personal bodyguards were tight. Xiaohe swept a glance over them while appearing eager. She looked inquisitively at Yang Kai to seek his permission to kill them. While Yang Kai pretended that he hadn't seen it, Xiaohe appeared disappointed. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Both parties were only 10 meters apart. While those from White Lotus sect were hostile, Yang Kai and Xiaohe remained calm and collected, as though they didn't have any regard for the other party. At that, those from White Lotus sect became even more apprehensive. All of a sudden, the woman at the front put on a smile. Everything else in the world paled compared to her smile at this moment. I heard you were looking for me, old man. Yang Kai's brow twitched. In one of their lives, the woman called him little one and told him not to be afraid. This life, she called him old man. It seemed that what went around came around. Yes, I was looking for you. Yang Kai nodded. There was an innocent expression on the face of the White Lotus sect saintess, Chu Huashang. She tilted her head and placed her finger on her lips. What's the matter? Yang Kai flashed a smile at her. There was no murderous intent in his eyes, which were only filled with tenderness. A shocked Chu Huashang asked, Have you fallen in love with me, old man? An unabashed Yang Kai directly admitted it. It was love at first sight. Upon hearing that, Chu Huashang and her personal bodyguards were stunned. Only Xiaoyi's eyes brightened, as though she had just heard something interesting. With an excited expression, she darted her gaze between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, while for some reason feeling anxious. Chu Huashang was lost for words. She wasn't serious when she said that just now, so it surprised her that the other party directly admitted it. Moreover, his expression and tone seemed to suggest that he was completely sincere. Although she was young, she was good at reading people's faces. Therefore, she could judge whether a person was lying through his gaze and tone. She wanted to look for the traces of Yang Kai lying, but her attempt was futile. All of a sudden, she started laughing and bent her back as though she had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Yang Kai only looked silently at her with a pair of loving eyes. A moment later, Chu Huashang stopped laughing and wiped the tears off the corners of her eyes. She gazed at the man and said, It was love at first sight? Did you forget I wounded you at that time? Yang Kai nodded. Your attack almost killed me, so you have to make up for it for the rest of this life. Xiaoyi's face started flushing as she became more agitated. She pressed her hands against her chest with an enchanted expression, as though she had just heard the most loving words in the world. The smile on Chu Huashang's face froze as she pursed her lips. You're pretty good at spewing nonsense, old man. Yang Kai took a step forward and looked her in the eyes. I speak only the truth. Chu Huashang suddenly became flustered and frowned. You're the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, while I'm a saintess of White Lotus sect. We're basically blood enemies. Just tell me straight if there's anything you want to say, and stop teasing a little girl like me. Do you think I'm teasing you? Yang Kai took another step forward. Chu Huashang instinctively took a step backwards while her personal bodyguards felt threatened. After all, one of the strongest masters in this world was standing right in front of them. Given the short distance between them, they wouldn't have time to react if the other party abruptly made a move. Are you not? Of course not. Everything I've said is from the bottom of my heart. Chu Huashang stared fixedly at him for a moment before turning to Xiao He and asking, Big sister, has he always been so crazy? Upon hearing that, Xiao He shook her head. This has never happened before. I always thought that he wasn't interested in women. Well, since he's finally in love with one, you should just get together with him. What's there to hesitate about? Although there's a huge gap between your age and he's old enough to be your father, age has nothing to do with love. I'm telling you, even though he's old, he's still a virgin. A speechless Chu Huashang gazed at Xiao He. Since she was aware of Yang Kai's identity, she certainly knew who Xiao He was as well. This woman was from Emerald Smoke Sect, but she wasn't interested in the position of Vice Temple Master. Instead, she decided to become Yang Kai's personal bodyguard. She was the nightmare of many powerful cultivators from White Lotus Sect, and she had killed many of them as well. Almost everyone in the world believed that she was Yang Kai's woman. However, that didn't seem to be the case now. Although they were close to each other, they were apparently not lovers. Both the temple master of Grand Qi Temple and this woman were insane. Those from White Lotus Sect have placed a lot of moles in Grand Qi Temple. As a saintess, you should know that I stepped down as temple master 2 months ago. I'm no longer a member of Grand Qi Temple, so you don't have to worry about anything. Chu Huashang snorted. Who knows if this is a plot of those from Grand Qi Temple? Yang Kai replied with a smile. There's no point in explaining. Time will prove everything. After a moment of silence, Chu Huashang suddenly winked at him. Why don't you prove it to me now? How do you want me to do that? Yang Kai asked. It's simple. As soon as Chu Huashang finished speaking, she pulled out a sword from her personal bodyguard's waist and directly dashed towards Yang Kai before pressing her weapon against the man's chest. The sharp tip penetrated his skin as blood started streaming out of his wound. Chu Huashang was astounded. She was surprised at the fact that the man didn't try to resist or dodge the attack. The temple master of every generation was one of the top cultivators in the world in their time. Although her movements were quick just now, Yang Kai should have been agile enough to react. The reason she could harm him 2 months ago was that she caught him unsuspecting. However, she succeeded in hurting him this time because he didn't intend to dodge the attack, which was different. They were so close to each other that she could feel the man's breath brushing across her face. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang only saw a clear gaze that was void of any deception. Despite the fact that a sword had been jabbed into his body, he remained calm and collected. The smile on his face was so bright that it was almost piercing. An infuriated Chu Huashang pushed the sword forward a bit further. Martial Peak, Chapter 4840, Love Story of 9 Lives. As Yang Kai's personal bodyguard, Xiaohe was responsible for ensuring his safety. Over the years, she had done a great job as she could always discover and easily resolve the assassination attempts targeted at Yang Kai by those from White Lotus sect. It was close to impossible for anyone to press his sword against Yang Kai's chest. As soon as Xiaohe detected a hint of murderous intent, she would decisively make a move and kill the enemy. However, at this moment, Xiaohe didn't seem to have the intention of stopping the Saintess of White Lotus sect even though the sword had been stabbed into his chest. Instead, she just looked at them with interest. The cultivators behind Chu Huashang were all tensed up and soaked in a cold sweat. They felt that the Saintess was playing with fire, for any slight negligence would cause her to lose her life. The assassination attempt tonight was already a failure. The moment their whereabouts were exposed, they were already at a huge disadvantage. They were fully aware that they were unable to go up against the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple and his personal bodyguard. If the two of them had any murderous intent, none of them would survive. The fact that the Saintess had penetrated Yang Kai's flesh with her sword was no different from a mad provocation. Nevertheless, while they were apprehensive, they also hoped that she would succeed. If the Saintess could really kill the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple here, that would be a huge contribution to the sect, and they would be rewarded handsomely as well. Her sword was just finger widths away from his heart. If she could penetrate it, Yang Kai would instantly lose his life regardless how strong he was. Although Chu Huashang could easily determine the life or death of the man in front of her, she found it hard to really do it. She had the intention to kill him, and she was aware that her reputation would be greatly enhanced by killing Yang Kai here, which would help her stand a better chance of becoming the next sect master of White Lotus sect. However, there seemed to be a voice in her heart that kept screaming at her that she would regret it for all her life if she really made a move. A myriad of expressions came over her, then she said through clenched teeth, "You're insane." As soon as she retracted her sword, blood started streaming out of the man's wound. She wouldn't dare to look him in the eye as her gaze anxiously moved away. After tossing the sword at one of the personal bodyguards, she ordered, "Let's go." The moment she turned around, Yang Kai clenched her arm. "What are you doing? Let go of my arm." Chu Huashang demanded. "Kill them all," Yang Kai ordered, then carried Chu Huashang up with both hands. She intended to resist, but he exerted some kind of force through his hands and rendered her powerless to do so. Like a tornado, Xiaohe charged towards the personal bodyguards as sword lights flashed through her weapon. By the time she stopped in her tracks, the personal bodyguards had already all collapsed to the ground. Carried in the man's arms like a child, Chu Huashang felt utterly ashamed. She kept thumping her fists against his chest, but her action was rather coquettish since she had lost her strength. To the side, Xiaohe just watched them with interest. Yang Kai flashed a smile at the woman in his arms. "You stabbed your sword into my body twice. You probably can't make up for it for your entire life, so you'll have to continue doing it in your next life." Chu Huashang snapped, I'm not going to make up for anything. I should have killed you just now. Why don't I give you one more chance? Yang Kai winked at her. Chu Huashang snorted, thinking that he was just probing her. She even suspected that if she had really tried to kill him just now, the man would have counterattacked. When that happened, she would have fallen into a worse state than being captured. Since she was unable to defeat him or flee, she decided to make a concession and let him carry her. She took the initiative to wrap her hands around the man's neck to stabilize herself. Wind could be heard howling while the view around her flew backwards rapidly. Where are you taking me? Chu Huashang asked. You'll find out when we arrive, Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. 3 days later, Yang Kai found a lake in a certain valley. There were no traces that suggested that anyone had visited this place before, and the view was excellent. This place was suitable for a reclusive life. After putting the woman down, Yang Kai said to Xiaohe, keep an eye on her and make sure that she doesn't flee. Xiaohe nodded. Don't worry, she won't be able to run away. She then took a look at Chu Huashang's legs. Why don't I break her legs? Chu Huashang couldn't help but shudder as she looked at Xiaohe as if she was a demon, and firmly declared, don't do that. I'm not going to run away. Xiaohe nodded. You'd better be obedient then. After that, Yang Kai left the place to fell some trees. It took him several days to build 3 log houses by the lake for the 3 of them. The difficulty in the 9th life was very high. It wasn't until Yang Kai had lived in this world for decades that his memory was restored, so it would be even harder to bring back Chu Huashang's memory and shatter her heart barrier. However, since he had found her, there was a target he could aim to achieve. He was ready to make Chu Huashang slowly open up to him. He believed that she would fall in love with him one day. Moreover, it was a good sign that she had decided to give up on the idea of killing him in the end some time ago. This meant that even though her memory had been sealed, she still had some instincts that pulled her back from killing him. No one would come to this valley. Every day, Yang Kai would head out to hunt some food and collect firewood, while Xiaohe would keep an eye on Chu Huashang. No one in the world would have thought that 3 top cultivators were living a reclusive life in such a remote place. Time passed by slowly. Initially, Chu Huashang was against this kind of life. Those from White Lotus sect had nurtured her for years. As soon as she stopped cultivating in seclusion, the White Lotus matriarch gave her the title of saintess. She was also one of the candidates who had the hope of becoming the next sect master. As a powerful young woman with a bright future, it was expected that she hated to live like a captive. Nevertheless, she was clever enough not to try fleeing. That was because she knew that it was impossible for her to flee from Xiaohe. With that said, she made sure to let Yang Kai and Xiaohe know that she abhorred them by glowering at them every time they met. Other than having meals, she would never leave her house. Yang Kai had already expected it, so he didn't mind it, nor did it bother Xiaohe. The only person in the world she was concerned about was Yang Kai. Soon, 3 months had passed. Time could really change a person. Chu Huashang was initially doubtful, but now, she could confirm that the man who was old enough to be her father had really fallen in love with her. Although he had restricted her freedom over the past few months, he took very good care of her in all other ways. Every time he looked at her, his eyes were brimming with care. Anyone could see the longing behind his eyes as long as they were not blind. Chu Huashang didn't understand the reason behind it. Before she was captured by Yang Kai, she had only met the man once. At that time, she had stabbed her sword into his chest and almost killed him. She was fully aware that she was beautiful, but she didn't think she was charming enough to make someone like the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple fall head over heels for her. If he could easily be attracted to beauty, he couldn't have become the temple master of Grand Chi Temple. After 3 months of living together, the tension between them had eased. In the middle of the night, Chu Huashang and Yang Kai were lying on the roof of a log house. With their hands placed behind their heads, they looked up at the starry sky. Old man, where did we stop last night? Chu Huashang gazed at the brightest star in the sky and asked. The 8th life, Yang Kai replied. Oh, continue from there, then. Who were you and me in the 8th life? These days, Yang Kai had been telling Chu Huashang about a love story of 9 lives. Everything he had said came from his own experiences, but to Chu Huashang, it was a strange story that was touching enough to elicit tears from naive young people. She was willing to listen to it as there was nothing else she could do here, so it was a good way to kill time. In the eighth life, both of them were from different sects. However, these sects were arch-nemeses, just like what was going on between Grand Chi Temple and White Lotus sect. It was expected that their love story was full of hardship. Nevertheless, they were just common disciples of their own sects, unlike in this life where both of them held powerful positions. Despite the hardship and several attempts to kill each other, they resolved their differences in the end and married. Chu Huashang attentively listened to the story. Although the story itself was banal, Yang Kai was able to make it interesting with his vivid descriptions. It was as though he had personally experienced it. Just then, someone could be heard sobbing from behind them. Without even turning her head, Chu Huashang let out a sigh. "Big sister Xiaohe, why are you crying again?" It's such a touching story. Presently, Xiaohe was seated with her legs crossed behind them. She started bawling her eyes out as tears slid down her face like pearls with a snapped string. Every time Yang Kai told Chu Huashang about this love story of 9 lives, Xiaohe would come over and listen to it as well. Without fail, she would always break into tears in the end. She was more passionate about the story than Chu Huashang. Suddenly thinking of something, Yang Kai asked, "Xiaohe, if you were the sect master of one of the sects in the 8th life, what would you do after finding out that someone in your sect was in love with a disciple from an opposing sect?" Without pondering on it, Xiaohe replied, "I would have agreed to let them get together regardless of what it took." Yang Kai put on a bright smile. "You really did. Thanks." Xiaohe was perplexed. "What do you mean?" Yang Kai didn't explain anything. In fact, Xiaohe, as his sect master in the 8th life, had really allowed Yang Kai and Chu Huashang to get together, just like she had said just now. In order to help them, she even decided to destroy the opposing sect despite knowing that she would also be killed, thus clearing the biggest obstacle between the two of them. Now that they were in their 9th life, Xiaohe's reply matched what she had done. Yang Kai could now confirm that Xiaohe was a real person who had barged into this samsara world somehow. However, it wasn't certain about her identity in Enyang Cave Heaven. "Old man, according to you, we're supposedly in our 9th life now, right?" Chu Huashang asked. "Yes, it's the 9th life, as well as the last." "Is it because of what we went through in our previous lives that you fell in love with me at first sight?" "Yes." Chu Huashang couldn't help but sneer. "You're pretty amazing, old man. The story you fabricated is so moving that I've almost believed it." Xiaohe appeared beside her and looked down at her. "How could you not believe him? You should believe it and get married to him tomorrow. It's a love story of 9 lives. It will be complete after you two get together." Chu Huashang snapped, "I'm not going to get married. You should do that yourself." After giving it a thought, Xiaohe shook her head. "The person I'm waiting for hasn't found me. I'm not going to get married." Martial Peak, Chapter 48-41, Freezing Blood-Burning Soul Pill. Xiaohe had always been a straightforward but crazy woman. Yang Kai had never seen this kind of melancholic expression on her face before, and it made him think of something. Just when he wanted to ask her, though, Chu Huashang suddenly grunted and started trembling. With his expression changed, Yang Kai turned to look at her. "What's wrong?" "I am fine." Chu Huashang obstinately shook her head. However, Yang Kai already realized that something was off. Under the moonlight, her face appeared slightly pale while her internal qi was unstable. Xiaohe placed her hand on the other woman's forehead and exclaimed, "It's cold." With a solemn expression, Yang Kai took Chu Huashang's wrist and placed 2 fingers on her pulse before injecting some of his power to check on her. Just like Xiaohe had said, Chu Huashang's figure was as cold as an ice block. While being close to her, he could feel the coldness wafting from her body. Nevertheless, the coldness soon dissipated and was replaced by scorching heat. Chu Huashang gasped for breath. Her vision had turned blurry, and her face flushed. Upon examination, he realized that her qi was in chaos. The power she had obtained by cultivating was rampaging around her meridians like an out-of-control horse. Yang Kai and Xiaohe exchanged glances before saying at the same time, freezing blood-burning soul pill. There were countless kinds of pills in the world, but the wickedest of them all was the freezing blood-burning soul pill. This pill was invented by the second sect master of White Lotus sect, and its recipe was a top secret. Only the current sect master of White Lotus sect knew how to refine it. The pill was also one of the best ways for the leader of White Lotus sect to control their subordinates. The person who had taken this pill would see their aura turning chaotic if they didn't consume the antidote at regular intervals, just like Chu Huashang was going through now. One would feel extremely cold or hot in a vicious cycle, and the situation would only exacerbate as time passed, eventually resulting in them exploding in a gruesome death. There were countless disciples in White Lotus sect. There were already a lot of disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, not to mention the grassroots disciples. Although the White Lotus matriarch was powerful, she couldn't ensure that her subordinates would always be faithful to her. Therefore, many disciples in the middle of the hierarchy, especially the hall masters, were controlled by her using freezing blood-burning soul pills. Only by gaining the White Lotus matriarch's trust would they be spared from this kind of treatment. Yang Kai initially thought that as a saintess, Chu Huashang had gained the White Lotus matriarch's complete trust, and she didn't have to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill. It wasn't until the poison struck her that he realized he was wrong. Although Chu Huashang was one of the few saintesses of White Lotus sect, she was still controlled by the freezing blood-burning soul pill. From what those from Grand Qi Temple had gathered, after a person took the freezing blood-burning soul pill, they would have to consume an antidote every 3 months. Otherwise, life would become a living hell for them. After some calculations, Yang Kai realized that it had been 3 months since Chu Huashang was brought to this place. In other words, the last time they met, she must have just consumed the antidote. Since time was up now, the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pill started taking effect. Whose blood was used? Yang Kai asked with a solemn expression. Needless to say, he knew that the White Lotus matriarch's blood had been used. The refinement of the freezing blood-burning soul pill required human blood, and it also took the same person's blood to produce the antidote. Chu Huashang was the saintess of White Lotus sect. Hence, only the freezing blood-burning soul pill made from the White Lotus matriarch's blood could ensure her loyalty. What should we do now? Xiaohe asked anxiously. She was fully aware of the freezing blood-burning soul pill's effects, so she was afraid that Chu Huashang would lose her life just like that. If Chu Huashang died, she wouldn't be able to see the things she had always wanted to get a glimpse of. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai carried Chu Huashang up. While using his own strength to protect her meridians, he walked out and said, "Let's go." In order to save Chu Huashang, they had to look for the White Lotus matriarch. He had underestimated the difficulty he had to face in his 9th life. Initially, he thought that after bringing her to this place, he just had to spend years with her, and she would eventually fall in love with him. However, since she had been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pill, he had to give up on this plan. The most important thing he had to do now was to save her life. Although the fight between Grand Qi Temple and White Lotus sect had been ongoing for many years, they still hadn't found the location of White Lotus sect's headquarters. It wasn't that those from Grand Qi Temple were terrible at gathering information, it was just that those from White Lotus sect didn't have a fixed headquarters. White Lotus sect had countless hideouts, so wherever the White Lotus matriarch was located would be the headquarters. However, she would always go to a different place after some time. Only the people closest to her knew the regular switching pattern. Usually, even the hall masters of White Lotus sect were unable to find her. Fortunately, Chu Huashang held a very important position, so she had the right to know the hiding place of the White Lotus matriarch. Sometimes, she was conscious, but sometimes, she would pass out. Yang Kai could only intermittently ask her about the White Lotus matriarch's whereabouts. It took Yang Kai and Xiaohe a month before they arrived at a certain valley. There were some traces that suggested that there were people living here, and in the deepest part of the forest there were a number of buildings. Apparently, this was another secret hideout of White Lotus sect. Certainly, the disciples of White Lotus sect who were in the periphery had noticed Yang Kai and Xiaohe's arrival. Therefore, as soon as they stepped into this place, they were surrounded by countless White Lotus sect disciples from all directions. Innumerable streams of divine sense had locked onto them. Some of them darted their gazes between Yang Kai and Chu Huashang, who was in his arms, with doubtful expressions. They definitely knew that she was a saintess, but they had no idea why she was in a man's arms at the moment. This prompted many of them to look resentfully at him. Like an enraged cheetah, Xiaohe growled from time to time while appearing tempted. Since there were so many disciples of White Lotus sect around, she had the urge to slaughter them all. However, even though they were two of the most powerful cultivators in the world, they would be doomed if they had to deal with so many formidable enemies from White Lotus sect. In other words, the moment they stepped into this place, they already lost control of their own fates. I was wondering why the magpies were chirping early in the morning. I can understand now. There are some honored guests here. Someone was heard laughing as a middle-aged woman clad in white clothes emerged from the crowd. Although she was no longer young, she was still charming. It was obvious that she must have been alluring in her youth. Despite her age, she was still pretty attractive as age didn't seem to have left any marks on her. Her white clothes made her look very pure, just like a lotus. With a dispassionate expression, Yang Kai turned to look at her. They had been arch-nemeses for a long time, and it wasn't the first time they dealt with each other, so there wasn't a need to say anything else. Don't be so nervous. Do you all know who that is? The White Lotus matriarch chuckled like a young maiden. He is the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple, Yang Kai. If he wants to kill you all, I won't be able to save you. In an instant, the disciples of White Lotus sect around her appeared flustered. The name Yang Kai was intimidating to the disciples of White Lotus sect as he had killed a lot of their companions. In their eyes, he was their greatest enemy. Upon seeing how her subordinates reacted, the White Lotus matriarch snorted. Then, she looked condescendingly at Yang Kai. What brings you? A temple master of Grand Qi Temple here? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm no longer the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, and they have nothing to do with me anymore. So, you don't have to be resentful of me. I've come all the way here to save a person. The White Lotus matriarch's gaze fell upon Chu Huashang, who was in Yang Kai's arms, and then she asked, Do you want to save her? Yes. The White Lotus matriarch scoffed. There are only two kinds of people in this world, those that are useful to me and those that are useless. Since she's been captured by you, she's useless. You have the liberty to decide if you want to kill her. The beautiful women behind the White Lotus matriarch were supposed to be the other saintesses of White Lotus sect. Upon hearing what the sect master had said, they appeared elated. All of these saintesses had experienced countless hardships before they were promoted to their current position. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was given the title of saintess without making any contributions to White Lotus sect. That was why they were jealous and thought that the matriarch was biased towards her. Nonetheless, they wouldn't dare to complain about anything to the matriarch. If they could see Chu Huashang lose her life, thus eliminating a powerful rival, they were expected to be joyful. I have to save her, Yang Kai said impassively. Go save her then. She's been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pills poison. Upon hearing that, the White Lotus matriarch started guffawing and looked mockingly at Yang Kai. Of course I know she's been struck by the freezing blood-burning soul pill, but what does that have to do with me? What benefits would I get by saving her? She's the saintess of White Lotus sect after all. If you don't save her, aren't you worried that your subordinates will feel disappointed? Who would dare? The White Lotus matriarch roared as the disciples of White Lotus sect were instantly frightened. As she swept a glance over everyone with her eagle-like eyes, those who met her gaze couldn't help but hang their heads low. Meanwhile, the saintesses behind her were quivering like quails in the winter. A moment later, she gazed at Yang Kai and said through clenched teeth, Good. I wasn't aware that you're such a sharp-tongued person. Are you saving her or not? Yang Kai stared fixedly at her as his murderous intent spread out. It was as though he would go into a frenzy if the White Lotus matriarch dared to say no. She's a disciple of White Lotus sect, and you have no right to interfere. I have the liberty to decide whether I want to save her or not." The White Lotus matriarch said through gritted teeth. Despite what she had said, she jerked her head to the side. The next moment, one of the saintesses leaped forward and soon stood in front of Yang Kai. It was apparent that this saintess was anxious. After all, she had to summon her courage in order to stand before a powerful cultivator like Yang Kai. She cautiously extended both hands to show that she didn't mean any harm. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-42, Left Protector. Yang Kai passed Chu Hua Shang to the saintess, who quickly brought her back to the White Lotus matriarch and put her down in front of the ladder. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at Chu Hua Shang and extended her left hand. As she activated her power, she sucked Chu Hua Shang towards her and struck the woman's acupoints with her right hand. After a cough, Chu Hua Shang slowly awakened. She still appeared to be in pain. As the force in her body charged around, she felt cold or hot from time to time, as though she would lose her life by exploding at any moment. Faced with the White Lotus matriarch's impassive gaze, she fell on one knee and said through chattering teeth, "I've brought you a gift, matriarch." The White Lotus matriarch nodded gently. "You've done well. You never disappoint me." Chu Huasheng hung her head low. "It is what I should do." "Step aside for now." The White Lotus matriarch waved her hand. Upon hearing that, Chu Huasheng got to her feet and stood behind the White Lotus matriarch. Then, she fished out a spirit pill from somewhere and stuffed it into her mouth. As soon as she swallowed the pill, she was in a much better state. Upon seeing that, a dumbfounded Xiaohe exclaimed, "Hey, she lied to us. We've been tricked." It was apparent that Chu Huasheng had the antidote to the freezing blood-burning soul pill with her all along. But despite the fact that she might explode at any moment, she insisted on not using it. Instead, she slowly lured Yang Kai to this place. This was undoubtedly a risky bet. If she failed, she would lose everything. Nevertheless, the outcome showed that she had won her gamble. She successfully lured Yang Kai to this place where he was surrounded by countless powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect. The White Lotus matriarch was also present. Basically, she was making use of Yang Kai's love for her. Perhaps she wanted to prove something, but the outcome was somewhat unbearable to the average person. She secretly examined Yang Kai's expression, but there was no hint of fury on his face. He still remained calm and collected. On the other hand, Luo Tinghe, who was beside Yang Kai, was infuriated. "That woman is so ungrateful. You've been treating her so well, but she still decided to harm you. Don't you feel upset about it?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm fine." The White Lotus matriarch guffawed. Who could have expected that the temple master of Grand Qi Temple would fall into a trap because of love? "I've just watched a good show. Fortunately, my disciples are all very loyal to me. You've made a wrong move by trying to make her side with you." All of a sudden, her voice turned grim. "Yang Kai, you've killed countless White Lotus sect disciples over the years. Now that you've fallen into such a state, do you have any last words to say?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Are you confident you can kill me?" The White Lotus matriarch sneered. "I'm fully aware of how powerful you are. However, the disciples of White Lotus sect are not weaklings either. I have the confidence to kill you." Yang Kai looked around. "Well, let's see the price you're prepared to pay for that." He then turned to Xiaohe. "Do we kill half of them?" An excited Xiaohe unsheathed her sword. "That's not enough. We have to kill 60% of them at the very least. Why don't we aim for 70% of them?" "Sounds good." Yang Kai gazed at the White Lotus matriarch and said with a smile, "Are you prepared to sacrifice 70% of the people here? I suppose they're all the strongest masters and brightest rising stars in White Lotus sect. If so many die, White Lotus sect will be all but crippled. By then, it'll take you many years to recover." Instantly, the White Lotus matriarch's face turned livid. Although Yang Kai and Xiaohe were arrogant, she didn't think they were exaggerating. For top cultivators like Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, it was very likely that they would be able to kill 60 to 70% of the people here if they were willing to throw their lives away. Perhaps even the matriarch herself would be badly injured. When that happened, Grand Chi Temple would be at a huge, possibly even decisive advantage. However, the chance before her eyes was difficult to come by, so it would be unrealistic for her to give it up. At that instant, she was caught in a dilemma. Yang Kai didn't intend to make things difficult for her, though. So he pressed Luo Tinghe's sword down and said loudly, "I have a suggestion. I'm not sure if you're interested in listening to it." The White Lotus matriarch scoffed. "Stop beating around the bush." Yang Kai stuck out 2 fingers. "Please give me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills." Upon hearing that, everyone was stunned. Chu Huashang, who was standing behind the White Lotus matriarch, widened her eyes and stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. She even suspected that she had heard it wrong. The White Lotus matriarch was equally shocked as she spurted out, "What do you want 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills for?" Yang Kai replied with a smile, "Rather than risking the lives of so many people just to kill us, don't you want 2 more powerful cultivators to work under you?" The White Lotus matriarch was dumbfounded. Although she already had a speculation before, she still found it hard to believe even after he spoke the words. After all, the person standing in front of her was Yang Kai, the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple. She even suspected that there was something wrong with the information she had gathered. Was Yang Kai stepping down as the temple master of Grand Chi Temple just a pretense? Presently, was this place already surrounded by many cultivators from Grand Chi Temple, and as soon as Yang Kai gave the order, they would storm inside? The idea soon became rooted in the White Lotus matriarch's mind and started growing. She was instantly alerted as she looked around, thinking that many people had hidden behind the bushes. It was as though they would jump out at any moment to kill her. "What are you playing at?" The White Lotus matriarch questioned sternly. Yang Kai shook his head. "There's no point in explaining anything. You just have to pass me 2 freezing blood-burning soul pills and wait." The White Lotus matriarch stared at Yang Kai as though it was the first time they had met. There was a conflicted expression on her face. After all, she was no ordinary woman. Yang Kai's suggestion was tempting to her. Rather than risking the lives of many in order to kill Yang Kai and Luo Tinghe, the power of White Lotus sect would be enhanced greatly if they could take control of these 2 people. Other than being one of the most powerful cultivators in the world, Yang Kai was also the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple. As soon as the news was spread, it would deal a heavy blow to Grand Chi Temple. Therefore, she soon made a decision and fished out a jade bottle, which was filled with red pills. She poured out 2 pills and flicked them at the 2 of them. Yang Kai and Xiaohe respectively took a pill. The White Lotus matriarch's eyes started brightening as she stared fixedly at Yang Kai. If the man really swallowed the pill, it would prove that he was a trustworthy person, or he could at least be controlled. If he dared to pull a trick, she would immediately give the order to kill him regardless of what price she had to pay. To her surprise, Yang Kai didn't even hesitate to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill in his hand. After examining the pill for a moment, Xiaohe tossed it into her mouth and started chewing it. After gulping it down, she spat and complained, "It tastes terrible. What the hell is it?" Gazing at Yang Kai with an excited expression, the White Lotus matriarch demanded, "Open your mouth and let me see." Yang Kai opened his mouth as he was told. There was nothing in it. The White Lotus matriarch's eyes were as bright as stars. She couldn't help but start laughing as the tears of joy slid down her face. The tensed-up White Lotus sect's disciples could finally be at ease. They exchanged glances and smiled. After Yang Kai consumed the freezing blood-burning soul pill, he would be under their control. Regardless of how powerful he was, he wouldn't be able to escape now. In other words, the former temple master of Grand Chi Temple was now also a member of White Lotus sect. Life was truly unpredictable. This kind of top cultivator was terrifying as an enemy, but now that he was one of them, he gave them a great sense of security. They could already imagine that when he appeared in the battle against Grand Chi Temple, his presence would send shockwaves across the ladder. "Kneel down." The White Lotus matriarch suddenly stopped laughing and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "It seems you're mistaken about something. Although I've willingly taken the pill, I won't be led by the nose by anyone. From now on, I'll only listen to one person." The White Lotus matriarch's eyes turned piercing as she took a glance at Chu Huashang. Then, she said to Yang Kai, "Only I am able to refine your antidote. She can't." Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I believe you won't let the poison kill me." After giving it a thought, the White Lotus matriarch nodded. "Of course I won't. Someone like you is of great help to us. From now on, you shall be the left protector of White Lotus sect, and I will allow you to listen to Chu Huashang only." It was expected that a top cultivator was haughty. If the White Lotus matriarch insisted on making things difficult for Yang Kai, it would only bring about the opposite of the desired outcome. Therefore, she decided to make a concession by granting Yang Kai's wish. Although she had given him the title of Left Protector, that was nothing more than another chain to bind him. Regardless, when word got out that Yang Kai was now the Left Protector of White Lotus sect, the reputation of Grand Qi Temple would be tarnished. Yang Kai nodded his head. "Many thanks for the promotion, Sect Master." The White Lotus matriarch then said to Chu Huashang, "You must treat him well from now on." "Yes," Chu Huashang replied with a serious expression. Appearing to be elated, the White Lotus matriarch declared, "Since we have a new Left Protector, we should celebrate. Come, prepare a banquet now to welcome the new Left Protector." The disciples of White Lotus sect immediately set to work. There were a lot of animals in the forest that could be hunted. It must have been quite a long time since those from White Lotus sect occupied this hideout. Following the sect master's order, a banquet full of wine and dishes was presented. The disciples, regardless of their statuses, gathered together. The atmosphere was initially awkward, but the place was soon bustling with noises after they drank and celebrated. Yang Kai just sat beside Chu Huashang, while there would be people who came over to propose a toast to him from time to time. Although Yang Kai had killed a lot of White Lotus sect's disciples when he was the temple master of Grand Qi Temple, things were different now. Presently, he was one of them, so they naturally had to strike up a relationship with him. Perhaps he would save their lives on the battlefield one day. Yang Kai could actually handle his wine quite well, though he would usually steer clear of it. He wouldn't turn anyone down when they proposed a toast to him, which was why the disciples of White Lotus sect started growing fond of him. It was the first time they discovered that this man that they regarded as a terrifying monster in the past was actually so amiable. Xiaohe was the most ecstatic of all. When no one proposed a toast to her, she would go around with a jar of wine and do so instead. Her straightforward attitude stunned the disciples of White Lotus sect. Martial Peak. Chapter 48-43. Even the next life won't be enough? There was already a left and right protector in White Lotus sect, and they were both fairly strong. However, following the White Lotus matriarch's order, Yang Kai became the new left protector, and his predecessor didn't even dare to object. First of all, he revered the White Lotus matriarch. Secondly, he was fully aware that he was indeed no match for Yang Kai. He would only be embarrassed if he fought for the position. At the banquet, this previous left protector proposed a toast to Yang Kai many times. After the welcoming party, Yang Kai and Xiaohe perfectly mingled with those from White Lotus sect. Since then, no one regarded them as outsiders anymore. It was peaceful in the days that followed. There was no doubt that the White Lotus matriarch regarded Yang Kai highly, as she would frequently visit him to discuss the current situation in the world and analyze the difference in power between White Lotus sect and Grand Qi Temple. It seemed that she had started treating him like a confidant. However, she had never demanded Yang Kai to do anything. Instead, she essentially treated him as an equal. A few months passed just like that. One day, the White Lotus matriarch was having a discussion with Chu Huashang about the assassination attempt on the current temple master of Grand Qi Temple when she abruptly stopped and turned her head. Yang Kai and Xiaohe were standing beside Chu Huashang like two personal bodyguards. Nevertheless, they couldn't help but start trembling at this moment as a sense of coldness rose within their bodies. Xiaohe shuddered and asked in puzzlement, "Why do I feel cold all of a sudden?" The White Lotus matriarch said with a smile, "The effects of the freezing blood-burning soul pills have started taking effect. It's cold now, but you'll feel hot in a moment. It will alternate between the two, and the feeling will intensify after every round until you can't stand it anymore and explode. She spoke in such a nonchalant manner that it was as though she was talking about something insignificant. HM? 3 months have passed already? Xiaohe was surprised. She had fun playing with the other disciples of White Lotus sect every day, so she had lost track of time. She extended her hand towards the White Lotus matriarch. Give me the antidote, then. The White Lotus matriarch shook her head. There's no rush. It's the first time you've been struck by the pill's effects, so you should take some time to feel it. After all, you might not always immediately get the antidote every time the effects appear. You might have to persevere for quite some time. After getting used to it now, you won't feel so terrible in the future. You have a point. Upon hearing her suggestion, Xiaohe closed her eyes and focused on the sensation she was experiencing. Yang Kai was in the same state as Xiaohe. The sense of coldness in his body broke out without warning, seemingly using his own strength to disturb the flow within his meridians in an uncontrollable manner. The next instant, the coldness turned into a scorching stream of heat that burned every part of his physique like magma. An excruciating pain overwhelmed him. Despite his impassive expression, he was already soaked in sweat. He then turned to look at Xiaohe in surprise. Xiaohe had a unique physique that allowed her to be immune to all sorts of poisons. Yang Kai didn't know why she had this kind of physique, but it had always been like this since they got to know each other. When they were in a secret hideout of White Lotus sect half a year ago, it was thanks to her physique that she was still fine after eating so much poisoned food. It could be said that ordinary poisons wouldn't have any effects on her. Nevertheless, even with such a physique, she was still unable to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pill. Therefore, it was apparent that the freezing blood-burning soul pill wasn't purely a poison. The White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang were still talking about the details of the assassination as they deduced what would possibly happen and how they should proceed so that the assassination attempt would be successful. Chu Huashang attentively listened to her as she ignored the pain that the two people behind her were going through. About 4 hours later, the White Lotus matriarch nodded. That's all. If you fail again this time, you don't have to return. Chu Huashang replied, Don't worry, Sect Master. I will definitely succeed. The White Lotus matriarch nodded her head again, then suddenly ordered, Kill them. There were only 4 people in the room. Other than the White Lotus matriarch and Chu Huashang, only Yang Kai and Xiaohe, who were struck with medicinal efficacies of the pill, were left. They had been tortured by rounds of alternating coldness and heat for the past 4 hours. The powers within their bodies were in chaos, and all their energy was used to resist the medicinal efficacies of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Even an ordinary mortal would be able to easily kill the 2 of them, not to mention powerful cultivators like Chu Huashang and the White Lotus matriarch. Upon receiving the order, Chu Huashang didn't hesitate to reply in agreement and appeared in front of Yang Kai. As she extended her hand, a sharp dagger suddenly appeared in her hand. Then she directly stabbed it towards Yang Kai's heart. The dagger penetrated his chest barely a finger's length before Chu Huashang's wrist was grabbed. She was unable to continue pushing the dagger in further. A puzzled Chu Huashang turned to look at the White Lotus matriarch, who said with a smile, It's enough. Take them with you when you carry out your mission. Chu Huashang cupped her fist, Yes. The next moment, the White Lotus matriarch left behind 2 antidotes on the table and shuffled out of the place. Chu Huashang picked up the antidotes and stuffed them into Yang Kai and Xiaohe's mouths, allowing them to quickly feel much better. Upon opening his eyes, Yang Kai gazed at Chu Huashang and said with a light smile, You've stabbed me another time. I suppose even the next life won't be enough to pay off this debt. Chu Huashang replied dispassionately, In that case, I'm not going to pay up at all. It's not like I planned to from the beginning. She then turned around and reached for the door. When brushing past Yang Kai, she halted and said in a small voice, Sect Master is a suspicious person. It was just a test, so you don't have to mind it. Certainly, Yang Kai knew it was just a test. First of all, the White Lotus matriarch wanted to find out if Chu Huashang was loyal enough to her. If she had appeared hesitant upon hearing the order, she would have been removed from the position of saintess. The White Lotus matriarch only wanted subordinates who would unconditionally obey her orders, not those who had their own opinions. Secondly, she wanted to ascertain whether Yang Kai and Luo Ting he had really been struck with the poison of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Although the freezing blood-burning soul pills were powerful, both Yang Kai and Luo Ting he were some of the most formidable cultivators in the world. Hence, the White Lotus matriarch wasn't certain if she could control them using the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If they only pretended to be struck with the medicinal efficacies, she wouldn't be able to find out the truth. When Chu Huashang made a move, Yang Kai was completely powerless to resist, which suggested that he was really affected. Just a simple order could allow the White Lotus matriarch to cast away a number of her doubts. It could be said that she was a very cunning person. After Yang Kai stepped down as the Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple, the sixth Temple Master was Yuxing Zhou, who was from Shooting Star Palace. He was already one of the 6 Vice Temple Masters when Yang Kai was still the Temple Master, and he was slightly more powerful than the other Vice Temple Masters. Moreover, he had built up enough reputation, so it was reasonable that he became the next Temple Master. Usually, it would be extremely difficult to assassinate the Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple. When Yang Kai was still the Temple Master, he had encountered countless assassination attempts, but those from White Lotus sect would always fail in the end. Nevertheless, there was a great chance to succeed today. It was the 80th birthday of the Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace. As his legacy disciple, Yuxing Zhou was expected to return to celebrate the occasion. It was also the biggest news in the world recently as countless cultivators headed to Shooting Star Palace. Those from White Lotus sect, who had been dormant for half a year, became active again. After the White Lotus matriarch was badly injured in East Star City back then, she went into hiding to recuperate. It wasn't until recently that she fully recovered. When those from White Lotus sect finally made a move, it sent a shockwave across the world. Temple Master Yuxing Zhou was assassinated on the way back to Shooting Star Palace. All 16 masters from Grand Qi Temple who had accompanied him were also killed. Many cultivators, who were heading to Shooting Star Palace, also lost their lives. It was apparent that those from White Lotus sect were trying to create a disturbance. The 80th birthday of the Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace was supposed to be a joyous event, but it turned into a calamity instead. Upon learning the news, the aged Palace Master fell ill. Additionally, when it was revealed that Yuxing Zhou was killed by Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art, all the people on the righteous side were shocked. It had to be noted that the supreme limitless spear art was unique to Yang Kai, and no one else had mastered it. Some experienced cultivators, who didn't believe the news, headed to the scene and looked into the matter, but they all expressed with grief that Yuxing Zhou was indeed killed by Yang Kai's spear technique. In other words, the 6th Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple was killed by the 5th Temple Master. In fact, there was already a rumor spreading around that after Yang Kai stepped down as the Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple, he brought his trusted aide Luo Ting he to betray the righteous path and side with White Lotus sect. Now, he was the left protector of White Lotus sect. However, no one believed the news as everyone knew the efforts Yang Kai had made against the White Lotus sect when he was still the Temple Master. Those from Divine Method Hall were especially resentful of people who spread such rumors and would always defend Yang Kai's reputation in public. Nevertheless, those from Divine Method Hall wouldn't dare to say anything this time. Yang Kai's supreme limitless spear art was very special. He had tried looking for disciples with excellent aptitudes from Divine Method Hall in an attempt to pass down his spear technique. However, after 2 or 3 years, those bright disciples were unable to grasp the abstrusity of this art. They could learn the basics, but none could master it. Hence, Yang Kai was the only one who could use the supreme limitless spear art in this world. Since there was solid evidence now, even those from Divine Method Hall were unable to stand up for Yang Kai. After the Temple Master of Grand Qi Temple was assassinated, the world descended into chaos. In the meantime, those from White Lotus sect made a comeback and caused everyone to fall into a state of terror. The Palace Master of Shooting Star Palace passed away several days after he fell ill. He didn't even last until his 80th birthday. After Yuxing Zhou was killed and the Palace Master passed away, those from Shooting Star Palace blamed it all on Yang Kai. Even Divine Method Hall was marginalized within Grand Qi Temple. This kind of marginalization was exacerbated after Yang Kai's whereabouts were exposed. After killing Yuxing Zhou alongside Chu Huashang, Yang Kai and Xiao He headed to the next battlefield. As they fought against the masters from Grand Qi Temple, it was only natural that Yang Kai's identity was exposed. In fact, he didn't even try to hide his identity. This samsara world was built on Chu Huashang's imagination and was thus not real. It was just an illusory world he had reincarnated into, so there was no need to worry about things like morality or innocence. He just had to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier in order to achieve his goal. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-44, Killing the Saintess. On that front, progress wasn't so satisfactory. It wasn't easy to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier in this life. Yang Kai became aware of that after spending months with her. Although she was still a woman who appeared obedient to the White Lotus matriarch, she was clearly a very ambitious person. This kind of ambition was as scorching as the sun, something Yang Kai had never seen before. Previously, she was captured by Yang Kai and went on to spend months living in the secluded valley. The way she reacted might be a pretense or a revelation of her true feelings. However, after she was freed, her latent ambitions were reignited. With Yang Kai and Luo Ting he joining White Lotus sect, the latter's strength had greatly increased. Both of them were already two of the most powerful cultivators in the world. So with the two of them joining forces, rarely was there anyone in the world who could go up against them. When news spread that more and more leaders of Grand Qi Temple were killed, the world became anxious. If the 7 major sects could work together at this point, they might stand a chance to weather the storm. However, because of Yang Kai, the entire Divine Method Hall was marginalized. Even Emerald Smoke Sect, which was the sect that Luo Ting he hailed from, received this treatment. Moreover, following the assassination of Temple Master Yuxing Zhou, Grand Qi Temple became leaderless. The entire Grand Qi Temple had descended into chaos. At this point, the White Lotus matriarch resolutely made a decision and led the disciples of White Lotus sect to storm the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. The battle went on for half a month. Countless people were killed on both sides. In the end, those from Grand Qi Temple lost the battle and their headquarters exchanged owners. The cultivators from the 7 major sects who survived retreated to their own sects to recuperate. The power that those from White Lotus sect had showcased in this war sent a shockwave across the world. In the past, they would only launch sneak attacks as they were as furtive as rats. Although everyone knew that White Lotus sect had taken on a lot of disciples, no one knew the exact figure. This time, they finally experienced it. When storming into the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the countless disciples of White Lotus sect were like a rising tide. After the war, White Lotus sect became a name that most people would fear. The White Lotus matriarch had done something that her predecessors had never managed to achieve. She had successfully occupied the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple. Over the past 100 years, those from White Lotus sect had made 3 attempts on Grand Qi Temple, but all 3 attempts failed. There was even a time when the sect master of White Lotus sect was killed in battle. After successfully seizing the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple, the White Lotus matriarch saw her reputation rising to unprecedented heights. Following the incident, those from White Lotus sect also had their own headquarters, which originally belonged to those from Grand Qi Temple. They were now visible to the public, which was unlike in the past when they had to hide in the dark. In this battle, Yang Kai had put in a lot of effort as he had killed more than 20 masters from Grand Qi Temple, which contributed greatly to the success of White Lotus sect occupying the headquarters. It wasn't until this moment that the White Lotus matriarch had complete trust in him. Because of him, Chu Huashang's status in White Lotus sect was fortified. Initially, there were other saintesses who were equal matches for her, but she was now the most outstanding of them all. The White Lotus matriarch regarded her especially highly. Although it was never made official, all the disciples of White Lotus sect believed that Chu Huashang would be the next sect master. White Lotus sect practically had no other rivals now. On the continent, those smaller sects that originally relied on Grand Qi Temple to survive had all pledged loyalty to White Lotus sect now. Like a snowball, the power of White Lotus sect increasingly strengthened. Yang Kai returned to this familiar headquarters barely a few months after he had left. He still lived in the place he had previously resided, and every day, he would follow Chu Huashang around to protect her. All the disciples of White Lotus sect knew that whatever demands Chu Huashang came up with, Yang Kai would immediately execute regardless of whether they were reasonable or not. It could be said that Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in helping Chu Huashang attain her current status. If not for him, the several assassination attempts wouldn't have been carried out so smoothly and caused immense pressure to the leaders of Grand Qi Temple. Those from White Lotus sect wouldn't have been able to defeat Grand Qi Temple with ease either. Chu Huashang became increasingly ambitious following her rise in status and the White Lotus matriarch's appreciation of her. She was practically the second most influential person in White Lotus sect now. Presently, Yang Kai and Xiao He were following Chu Huashang as they walked along a corridor. From the opposite direction, a charming woman who was leading her 2 personal bodyguards approached them. As their eyes met, the charming woman flashed a smile at Chu Huashang and nodded, "Little Sister Chu." Chu Huashang responded with a smile, "Big Sister Tian." This charming woman was one of the other saintesses of White Lotus sect. Before the rise of Chu Huashang, she was the most outstanding saintess as she was slightly more beautiful and powerful than the others. She was also most valued by the White Lotus matriarch at that time. "Where are you going, little Sister Chu?" Tian Jia asked with concern. Chu Huashang replied, "I just visited the sect master and was going to get some rest now. Are you going to visit the sect master as well, big sister?" Tian Jia put on a faint smile. "No, I'm just walking around since I have nothing to do. In the past, I thought that Grand Qi Temple's headquarters was profound and mysterious. Now, there doesn't seem to be anything special about this place. We'll feel that something is mysterious before we obtain it. After we get it, we'll realize that there's nothing special about it." Chu Huashang smiled gently. Tian Jia shot her a meaningful glance and chuckled. "You have a point, little Sister Chu. However, we'll long for something before we get it. As for whether it's really so mysterious, we'll only find out after obtaining it. Don't you agree, little sister?" "You're quite right." Chu Huashang nodded, then sported a cold expression. "I heard you're interested in my personal bodyguard, big sister." A shocked Tian Jia refuted. "Where did you hear such a rumor, little sister? Everyone in the sect knows that he's your personal bodyguard. Why would I even have my eyes on him?" Chu Huashang said with a smile, "Oh, really? Why did someone not sleep in the middle of the night yesterday and sneak into his room while naked, then?" A sense of fury overwhelmed Tian Jia as she glowered at Yang Kai, who was behind Chu Huashang. She had never expected that he would tell Chu Huashang about this kind of matter. On the other hand, Yang Kai remained unfazed. Just then, Chu Huashang charged forward as she extended her fair hand and circulated her strength in an attempt to seize Tian Jia's neck. Tian Jia had never expected that Chu Huashang, who was also a saintess of White Lotus sect, had the guts to make a move on her. The assault on a fellow disciple was a taboo in White Lotus sect, which was why she hadn't managed to react. Fortunately, the personal bodyguards behind her never put down their guard. The moment Chu Huashang made a move, they unsheathed their swords and hacked at her. If Chu Huashang didn't retract her hand, her arm would be cut off. Personal bodyguards were the most loyal servants to their saintess, and they wouldn't care about killing others to keep their charge safe. However, instead of withdrawing her hand, Chu Huashang only hastened her speed. Their swords didn't manage to come into contact with Chu Huashang as Yang Kai and Xiao He gently pushed their palms forward and sent the 2 personal bodyguards flying away. At the same time, Chu Huashang clenched Tian Jia's fair neck and exerted more force with her hand. At that instant, Tian Jia froze and wouldn't dare to move a muscle. Are you out of your mind?" The color drained from Tian Jia's face. Chu Huashang stared coldly at her. "How did you even have the nerve to try to seduce my personal bodyguard?" The intensifying force on her neck and the murderous intent in Chu Huashang's eyes made Tian Jia feel anxious. Upon realizing that the other woman really wanted to kill her, she regretted the decision she had made last night. In fact, All the saintesses believed that it was thanks to Yang Kai that Chu Huashang had attained her current achievements. As long as they could lure the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple to their side, Chu Huashang would no longer be a threat. Yang Kai was a man while the saintesses were women. The only way they could think of to make him side with them was to seduce him. Tianjia had never expected that not only would Yang Kai not accept her, he had also immediately told Chu Huashang about the scandal, which rendered her powerless to defend herself. "Please forgive me, little sister. I'll never dare to do it again. I'll obey you from now on." Tianjia begged for mercy with a pitiful expression. "If you kill me here, you'll be punished." Chu Huashang remained unperturbed. Yang Kai frowned and recommended, "Forgive her for once. I believe she won't do it again." Kaka. The light in Tianjia's eyes went out as her entire figure went limp. Chu Huashang turned around and glared at Yang Kai. "Why did you ask for forgiveness on her behalf?" Yang Kai parted his lips, then let out a sigh. Everything in this samsara world was built on Chu Huashang's heart barrier, so all the places and people here were nothing but illusions. As the saintess of White Lotus sect, she was obliged to go against those from Grand Qi Temple. Both parties tried to destroy each other because they had different stances. Therefore, Yang Kai wouldn't say anything regardless of how many people from Grand Qi Temple that she had killed. With that said, he wouldn't want to see Chu Huashang act so ruthless and without qualms about killing her own people. It never crossed his mind that his persuasion yielded the opposite of the desired outcome instead. Tianjia lost her life because of that. Certainly, the real Chu Huashang wasn't like this. Her memory had been completely sealed in the ninth life, and she was a totally different person now. Although she was in the wrong, "You shouldn't have killed her," Yang Kai replied with a frown. Like a child who was defending her favorite toy, she spat through clenched teeth, "I'll kill anyone who has their eyes on you." A joyful Xiao He watched on from the side as she poked Yang Kai with her elbow and said in a small voice, "She has fallen in love with you." Yang Kai wasn't certain if he should be happy or sad. Although the conflict didn't last long, the White Lotus matriarch soon got wind of it and rushed over to the scene a moment later. Upon seeing Tianjia's corpse, she sported a gloomy expression. Of all the saintesses, besides Chu Huashang, she regarded Tianjia as the most important. However, Tianjia was killed by another saintess that she treasured. This had never happened before. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-45, A Single Spark. Chu Huashang was confined following her actions. It was a taboo to assault a fellow disciple within White Lotus sect, not to mention that a saintess was killed for no reason in public. Everyone knew that if the murderer wasn't Chu Huashang, she would have lost her life then and there. The White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow anyone to challenge her authority, and the saintesses were valuable assets of White Lotus sect. Only the sect master had the right to determine their life or death. There was no doubt that Chu Huashang had crossed the line. Certainly, the other saintesses were gleeful that such an incident had happened. Everyone believed that regardless of how much Chu Huashang was treasured in the past, the sect master would no longer regard her as important following the incident. On the other hand, Chu Huashang was confined in an underground prison. The prison was where those from Grand Qi Temple imprisoned their enemies in the past. It was cold and damp, so it wasn't suitable for humans to live long-term. The White Lotus matriarch had also ordered that no one was allowed to visit her, and only a small amount of water and food would be provided to her every day. In that case, regardless of how powerful Chu Huashang was, her health would deteriorate as time went by. The prison was guarded by some powerful cultivators, so there was nothing Yang Kai could do. Certainly, he could barge into the prison, and he believed that no one could stop him. However, by doing so, he would only bring bigger trouble to Chu Huashang. He had to wait for a chance, and one came sooner than expected. After those from Grand Qi Temple were destroyed, those from White Lotus sect took over their headquarters. Following the war, countless people from the 7 major sects were either killed or injured. Those who were still alive had returned to their own sects to recuperate. As expected, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't miss this opportunity to destroy the rest of the survivors, as it was her biggest dream to rule over the righteous path and the wicked path. Now, the chance was right in front of her eyes. As long as she could devastate the 7 major sects, She would pull off a feat that the other sect masters of White Lotus sect had never been able to achieve before. Since many of the powerful cultivators from the major sects were either killed or wounded, it was the best time for White Lotus sect to launch a decisive attack and destroy them once and for all. However, those from White Lotus sect were used to acting in the shadows, so it wasn't their forte to deal with those sects directly. The reason they could occupy the headquarters of Grand Qi Temple previously was that they had some distinct advantages. Moreover, they had also suffered a lot of losses after the war. Now, the White Lotus matriarch had fallen into an embarrassing situation as she didn't have anyone who could help her to deal with the 7 major sects. It wasn't that her subordinates were weak. She had many underlings who were good at one-on-one fights or assassinations. However, they were not skillful enough when it came to leading an army and marshaling soldiers. Such an opportunity was hard to come by, and if they missed it, they might not get another one. It was at that moment that Yang Kai and Xiao He suddenly barged into the main conference hall. The White Lotus matriarch sported a displeased expression and looked at him. "What's wrong, Left Protector?" Because of Chu Huashang, the White Lotus matriarch had been giving Yang Kai the cold shoulder recently. Rumor had it that the reason Chu Huashang was so reckless was that she had Yang Kai on her side. That was why she was so haughty. Regardless of whether the rumors were true, the White Lotus matriarch had to show everyone that she was acting impartial in this matter. Yang Kai cut to the chase by saying, "Give me 500 people and I'll destroy Lion Hall within 1 month." The other hall masters broke into a commotion upon hearing that. They were having a discussion on launching an attack on Lion Hall just now. Of the 7 major sects, Lion Hall was currently the weakest. That was the reason they had to target them first. This war was very important, so those from White Lotus sect had to ensure they wouldn't fail in their attempt. If they won the battle, their morale would be boosted. If they lost the battle, the advantages they had accumulated would be gone for good. The discussion hadn't gone smoothly. According to their estimation, in order to destroy Lion Hall, they had to send 1,500 people to gain the upper hand, and they must be prepared to suffer an immense loss. Certainly, they felt that Yang Kai had overestimated himself even though he was the former temple master of Grand Qi Temple. The White Lotus matriarch gazed at him with narrowed eyes. "What if you can't destroy them?" Yang Kai replied flatly, "You have complete control over my life or death. If I can't achieve my goal, I'm willing to die as a punishment." The White Lotus matriarch's lips curled up. "So, you are aware that I also have control over your life or death. Since your life belongs to me, it's not up to you to make decisions about it. Otherwise, you won't be risking anything." Yang Kai frowned. "What condition do you have, then?" The White Lotus matriarch was apparently well prepared. In fact, she had already come up with such a plan after Chu Huashang was imprisoned following Tianjie's death. So she said, "If you fail, Chu Huashang will lose her life." Yang Kai was willing to take the freezing blood-burning soul pill and join White Lotus sect for Chu Huashang. The White Lotus matriarch believed that by threatening to kill Chu Huashang, Yang Kai would do his best to achieve his goal. That was the reason she had only confined Chu Huashang instead of punishing her according to the sect's rules. She needed a competent general who could lead the army for her, and Yang Kai was the most qualified. However, she didn't want to take the initiative and asked him to do it lest she appeared desperate. Now, everything was within her control. Good. Yang Kai directly agreed to it. "However, I'd also like you to agree to a condition I have." The White Lotus matriarch was fully aware of his intentions. Upon hearing that, she said with a smile, "Don't worry. If you can really destroy Lion Hall in 1 month, I'll forgive Chu Huashang for what she has done." Yang Kai nodded. "It's a deal, then. I'll give you 800 people, and I want to see success within a month," the White Lotus matriarch ordered. The next day, 300 people departed from the headquarters of White Lotus sect and headed straight towards Lion Hall. More and more people joined them along the way, and by the time they arrived at the gates of Lion Hall, there were exactly 800 of them. Yang Kai already had some experience in mobilizing soldiers during the war between the Star Boundary and Demon Realm. Forget 800 people. He had even commanded 800,000 people in battle before. Attacking Lion Hall might be a difficult task to others, but it was just a matter of time in his eyes. Those from Lion Hall were alerted long before the soldiers of White Lotus sect arrived. Not only was the entrance closed, but they had also set up some traps and a grand array to deal with the enemies. These 800 disciples from White Lotus sect didn't immediately launch an attack though. Yang Kai and Xiao He spent the next 10 days leading the powerful cultivators from White Lotus sect to launch continuous probing attacks both day and night. Sometimes, several raids would take place at the same time. Lion Hall was like a dilapidated house during a storm, so they were unable to fend off the disciples of White Lotus sect, who relentlessly attacked them from all directions. 10 days later, those from White Lotus sect had lost more than 300 people while half of the Lion Hall's leaders were killed. Countless other cultivators from Lion Hall were also killed or injured, and morale was low. It wasn't until this moment that Yang Kai gave the order to deal directly with the opponents. The remaining 500 White Lotus sect's disciples were high-spirited as they stormed into Lion Hall. Following a bloody carnage, they occupied Lion Hall. When Yang Kai returned to the headquarters of White Lotus sect, about 1 month had passed since he offered to destroy Lion Hall. The White Lotus matriarch was elated as she held a celebratory feast for Yang Kai. At the banquet, Chu Huashang, who had been confined for 1 month, reappeared and she was seated beside the White Lotus matriarch. They looked as close as a mother and daughter. Destroying Lion Hall served as a good start as those from White Lotus sect aimed to conquer the world. In the next 3 years, they launched even more attacks on the remaining 6 major sects. There were victories and losses on both sides, but generally speaking, White Lotus sect gained the upper hand. After Lion Hall was destroyed, Divine Method Hall, Swaying Willow sect, Shooting Star Palace, Hidden Sword Villa, and Emerald Smoke sect were also wiped out. White Lotus sect practically had no rivals in the world anymore. It had come to a point where those who showed the slightest disapproval of White Lotus sect would be killed without mercy. The smaller sects either had to go into hiding in the mountains or submit to White Lotus sect. Of the 7 major sects, only the struggling Grand Battle sect remained. A hero would always emerge in chaotic times. An extraordinary person from Grand Battle sect soon attracted everyone's attention. He was the legacy disciple of the current sect master of Grand Battle sect. His name was Lin Taido, which had something to do with the sect's name. He was brought back to the sect when he was a young child and was a righteous man who hated all things evil in the world. Besides that, he also had exceptional aptitude and intelligence. It had only been 20 years since he joined the sect, but he was already more powerful than all the previous sect masters of Grand Battle sect. He was only 25 years old now. Those from White Lotus sect were high-spirited as they charged towards Grand Battle sect. They initially thought that it would be an easy victory, but it turned out that they were faced with an unimaginable challenge. Under Lin Taido's leadership, the battle against White Lotus sect went on for about half a year. A lot of disciples from White Lotus sect were killed, but they hadn't managed to achieve their goal. An infuriated White Lotus matriarch directly ordered Chu Huashang to occupy Grand Battle sect within 3 months. Failure to do so would lead to the loss of her life. The White Lotus matriarch was not joking. Grand Battle sect was the last obstacle for White Lotus sect before they could declare hegemony over the world. By destroying Grand Battle sect, she would pull off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve. She would be able to be the ruler of the world. Certainly, she wouldn't allow such an obstacle to get in her way. All of them knew that the White Lotus matriarch valued Yang Kai's capabilities. However, when he joined White Lotus sect back then, he said that he would only obey Chu Huashang's orders. The White Lotus matriarch was unable to directly give orders to Yang Kai, so she could only make use of Chu Huashang. Upon receiving the order, Yang Kai once again showcased his talent and capabilities in leading an army. It took them 2 months before they finally seized Grand Battle sect. The White Lotus matriarch personally made a move to kill the sect master of Grand Battle sect, which would mean that they had finally gained total victory. However, after the war, they realized that many of the important figures from Grand Battle sect had already fled, including the young and famous Lin Taido. Although the White Lotus matriarch had given the order to find their whereabouts, she wasn't really bothered. After all, the 7 major sects had been destroyed. From now on, White Lotus sect was the only supreme entity that could lead the righteous and wicked paths on this continent. Nevertheless, a single spark could start a huge blaze. The White Lotus matriarch had never expected that Lin Taido would bring huge trouble to her one day. Over the next 6 months, everyone on the continent went through a period of terror under the rule of White Lotus sect. The disciples of White Lotus sect became increasingly ruthless, which caused everyone to be resentful of them. On the other hand, Lin Taido gathered the remaining members of the 7 major sects together and attracted other disgruntled people to join him before he started a 20-year war against White Lotus sect. When the 7 major sects were destroyed, not everyone was killed. Some of them were lucky enough to have survived. Since they had a blood feud with White Lotus sect, they naturally wanted to obtain their revenge. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-46, The Wind Rises. Other than the 7 major sects, countless people in the world were resentful of White Lotus sect. Under their reign of terror, innumerable people lost their friends and family. That was why more and more people gathered around Lin Taido. Since White Lotus sect now ruled over the world, they had no more rivals left. The sect's leaders all indulged in an extravagant life, and even the White Lotus matriarch had put down her guard. It wasn't until half a year later when Righteous Union, led by Lin Taido, rose into the light that the White Lotus matriarch was alerted. However, she still wasn't bothered by it. After all, Grand Shi Temple and the 7 major sects had been destroyed by White Lotus sect, so how was Righteous Union supposed to last long? Nevertheless, every time White Lotus sect clashed with Righteous Union, they would always suffer a loss. More and more disciples were killed, and even several hall masters lost their lives within half a year. It was only then that the White Lotus matriarch woke up to reality and became wary of the newly founded Righteous Union. She ordered some powerful subordinates to find out the whereabouts of those from Righteous Union and kill them ruthlessly. Nonetheless, Righteous Union was different from Grand Shi Temple or the 7 major sects. When White Lotus sect was going up against Grand Shi Temple and the 7 major sects in the past, they were in the dark while the latter was exposed under sunlight. But it was the other way round now. After destroying Grand Shi Temple, those from White Lotus sect had their own headquarters now, but they also exposed themselves to the public. On the other hand, those from Righteous Union remained hidden since their founding. Furthermore, Lin Taido was a powerful and charismatic union master. Every time those from Righteous Union launched an attack, they would bring huge trouble to White Lotus sect. It had also earned Lin Taido unrivaled reputation and influence. In just 5 years, Righteous Union became increasingly powerful instead of being destroyed by White Lotus sect. Although they were still unable to go up against White Lotus sect in a frontal clash, they were strong enough to not be simply wiped out. There were even times when they were able to pose serious threats to White Lotus sect. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch wouldn't allow an opposing power to rise in her territory. She initially thought that she had pulled off a feat that the previous sect masters had never been able to achieve after destroying Grand Battle sect. Now, it seemed that she could not achieve her goal before she destroyed Righteous Union. Upon realizing the dangerous situation she was in, the White Lotus matriarch stopped being decadent and focused on fighting against Righteous Union. She had never expected that it would be so hard to deal with this new foe, though. By the 10th year, Righteous Union was already as powerful as Grand Shi Temple was back then. There were victories and losses on both sides as Righteous Union and White Lotus sect clashed with one another. This made the White Lotus matriarch infuriated as she felt regretful of what she failed to do after destroying Grand Battle sect. If she had paid more attention to Lin Taido and ordered her subordinates to hunt down and kill him at all cost, all of this wouldn't have happened. However, there was no use crying over spilled milk. Her negligence in the past had caused her to be in so much trouble now. Regardless of how furious she was, she had to deal with it. Over the next 10 years, the entire world was dragged into the battle between the righteous and wicked paths. All cultivators would either have to join White Lotus sect or Righteous Union. There wasn't a third option, nor could they steer clear of the fight. The battles between both sides could be seen everywhere on this continent. The White Lotus matriarch's days were numbered as she was now old and frail. Her dark hair had turned gray, and her face was full of wrinkles. She could feel that she wouldn't live for much longer. When she was young, She suffered a lot of injuries when fighting against Grand Qi Temple, and these dark injuries had started affecting her health as she became older. Perhaps she would slumber off one night and not see the sun the next morning. However, she hadn't managed to obtain total dominance over the wicked and righteous paths. Her victory more than 10 years ago was nothing more than an illusion. She would never be able to rest in peace before destroying Lin Taido and Righteous Union. Therefore, she did whatever it took to crush her last remaining foe. In just 1 year, more than half of the cultivators from both White Lotus Sect and Righteous Union were killed. Every battle was significantly more intense than the ones in the past decades. Eventually, the White Lotus Matriarch's wish was granted. The White Lotus Sect's army managed to trap those from Righteous Union inside Crimson Wind Canyon. Crimson Wind Canyon was a natural canyon where the wide path could accommodate dozens of horses while the narrow spots would only allow several people to pass by at once. The sides of the canyon were tall precipices. With both sides of Crimson Wind Canyon blocked, those from Righteous Union had practically fallen into a death trap. Yang Kai was the biggest contributor in successfully blocking them here. It was thanks to his skills in mobilizing soldiers that they managed to lure the enemy to this place after just 3 months of battle. During that period of time, they fought with those from Righteous Union multiple times and almost failed their mission on numerous occasions. Fortunately, they succeeded in the end. The final battle was right before their eyes. The well-prepared White Lotus Sect disciples stormed into Crimson Wind Canyon from both sides as both parties clashed. There would be people losing their lives every breath, and within just 1 hour, a blood river had formed in Crimson Wind Canyon. After days of intense battle, those from White Lotus Sect were still being pushed back despite their multiple attempts to charge forward. Both parties were exhausted as their eyes had turned bloodshot. The White Lotus Matriarch stood on a boulder above Crimson Wind Canyon as she looked down at the fight in silence. All of a sudden, she beckoned in a particular direction. Chu Huashang took a few steps forward and stood beside her. The White Lotus Matriarch asked, "Chuer, do you have any solution to destroy the enemy?" Chu Huashang was fully aware of what was going on as she had been watching the fight all along, so she frankly replied, "We have to kill their leader. The others in Righteous Union pose no threat to us. As long as we can kill Lin Taido, Righteous Union will collapse." Upon finishing her words, she cupped her fist. "Sect Master, please allow me to personally slay Lin Taido." The White Lotus Matriarch shook her head with a smile. "I'm glad that you're so loyal. I believe that White Lotus Sect will be in good hands after you take over my position." Sect Master, Chu Huashang hung her head low. In recent years, the White Lotus Matriarch had repeatedly told her this. It was as though she intended to pass the position of Sect Master to her after she passed away. Although Chu Huashang was indeed the most qualified one to take over the position of Sect Master in White Lotus Sect, she wouldn't dare to reveal her true feelings. She would always appear obedient every time the White Lotus Matriarch mentioned it. The White Lotus Matriarch cut her off by raising her hand. "I'm old, and my predestined time is near. Every night, I can feel those I've killed in the past come back to haunt me in my dreams. I'll pass the position of Sect Master to you sooner or later." She appeared sincere as it didn't seem like a test, but Chu Huashang remained silent. "Lin Taido is formidable. Even though you are strong, you're no match for him. There's only one person in this world who can deal with him." As the White Lotus Matriarch spoke, she suddenly looked fervently at Chu Huashang. Although she never said it, Chu Huashang knew who the person was that the older woman was talking about. Yang Kai. Although they had spent nearly 20 years together, Chu Huashang still hadn't figured out how strong Yang Kai truly was. If there was anyone in the world who could defeat Lin Taido, it had to be Yang Kai. "Tell him to make a move. After Lin Taido is killed, there won't be Righteous Union anymore," the White Lotus Matriarch ordered. Chu Huashang had been staying by the White Lotus Matriarch's side all along, so she had discovered something that those disciples of White Lotus Sect were not aware of. She suddenly realized something upon hearing what the White Lotus Matriarch had said, so she appeared conflicted for a moment. The White Lotus Matriarch took the younger woman's hand and patted it. "I know you're an ambitious person who wants to take over the position of Sect Master. You want to be the noblest woman in the world. Love doesn't really matter to you, does it? I'm sure you've realized Yang Kai's feelings for you. After spending 20 years with him, why do you always keep a distance from him? I promise you that after this war, I will pass you the position of sect master. That's my only wish before my death. After you become the sect master, you'll rule over both the wicked and righteous paths. Chu Hua Shang pressed her lips together and appeared hesitant. Think it over. The White Lotus matriarch shot her a glance and spoke no further. She knew that Chu Huashang would make a wise decision. As expected, Chu Huashang lifted her head a moment later and replied, I will give him the order. Go on, the White Lotus matriarch nodded. It was only then that Chu Huashang turned around and flew towards the canyon. On one side of the canyon, Yang Kai was monitoring the battle. Time didn't seem to have left any marks on him, even though 20 years had passed. He looked almost the same as the time when he first joined White Lotus sect. Although he was also older now, he wasn't as wrinkled as the White Lotus matriarch. Xiao He still steadfastly stayed by his side. Yang Kai saw Chu Huashang the moment she arrived as he flashed a smile at her. Is the sect master running out of patience? Tell her that righteous union will collapse within 7 days. Although Lin Taido is impressive, this is all he can do. Chu Huashang stared silently at him for a moment before saying, I want you to kill Lin Taido.
Now.
Yang Kai arched his brow. Chu Huashang nodded almost imperceptibly. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai put on a smile. Anything you say. If you want him dead now, I'll behead him right away. I'm sure he won't be able to go against my spear. Chu Huashang's face turned pale. She parted her lips in an attempt to say something, but she couldn't utter a word in the end. Seemingly thinking of something, Yang Kai fished out something from his pocket and passed it to her. Keep this and don't let anyone discover it. A flustered Chu Huashang took it in a dazed manner. After taking a glance at where the White Lotus matriarch was located, Yang Kai said in a small voice, You must never trust the White Lotus matriarch. In an instant, Chu Huashang became stunned as if struck by lightning, while the color drained from her face. When she raised her head, she realized that Yang Kai was already stepping towards the battlefield with his spear. Xiao He followed him closely. All of a sudden, she turned her head and said to Chu Huashang, You have to take good care of yourself from now on. Upon finishing her words, she pulled a face at her. Chu Huashang's eyes were soon drenched in tears as they slid down her face. When she returned to the White Lotus matriarch's side, the intense battle had begun. The morale of White Lotus sect's disciples had been boosted with Yang Kai joining the battle. Those from Righteous Union, who initially could go up against them, were instantly put at a disadvantage as more and more of them lost their lives. The White Lotus matriarch looked down at the battle with a smile. Chuer, you're lucky to have a man who is so loyal to you. Chu Huashang remained silent while feeling heartbroken. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-47, Farewell? Both sides had respectively sent more than 10,000 people to take part in the battle. Towards the end of the battle, only 10% were left. Even the most powerful cultivators were unable to ensure their own safety in this kind of situation. Lin Taido was eventually killed by Yang Kai, while the rest of the leaders of Righteous Union were all destroyed. However, Yang Kai had been badly injured. After all, he was much older than Lin Taido, so he was no longer as energetic as in the past. He had to take the risk of getting wounded in order to kill Lin Taido with his spear. Xiao He was also soaked in blood as her aura was weak. Both of them were on their last legs. Before the remaining White Lotus sect's disciples could cheer for their victory, they heard rumbling sounds coming from the cliffs. At that moment, the ground started shaking. When those who were still alive looked up, their expressions changed drastically. That was because huge rocks could be seen rolling down the precipices while burning arrows rained down on them. Although Yang Kai was drenched in blood, he still held his spear firmly and looked up in a particular direction. Over there, the White Lotus matriarch no longer appeared frail as she looked down with a flushing face. Behind her was Chu Huashang, who clenched her fists while trembling slightly. When rocks and burning arrows finally buried the entire Crimson Wind Canyon, the White Lotus matriarch couldn't help but start guffawing. The last obstacle that hindered her from ruling over the world wasn't Righteous Union, but Yang Kai. She had never been a match for Yang Kai since the beginning. Even though Righteous Union was destroyed, she still couldn't be the overlord of the world. Now, this obstacle was finally wiped out. The death chi that had surrounded her over the years vanished in an instant, and there seemed to be fewer wrinkles on her face now. Judging from how healthy she looked, she could probably live for decades to come. Chu Huashang knew that she had been set up. The White Lotus matriarch had made use of the ambition that had been burning in her heart for years. In recent years, the White Lotus matriarch always appeared to be frail in order to help fan the burning ambition in her heart. The boisterous White Lotus sect's disciples around Chu Huashang cheered for their victory. However, the noises sounded so distant to her, as though everything in this world had nothing to do with her anymore. Righteous Union and Lin Taido were destroyed while Yang Kai was killed. There was nothing in the world that could stop White Lotus sect from dominating the world. White Lotus sect was now the only great force in the world, and the White Lotus matriarch finally showcased zest that was unlike her age. She was worshipped like an overlord in the headquarters of White Lotus sect by all others. 2 months later, a metallic tang permeated the grand hall. There was a dagger plunged into the White Lotus matriarch's chest as she lay on her throne, her clothes soaked in blood. She pressed her hand against her chest while gazing at Chu Huashang in disbelief. Why you dare? Chu Huashang was standing on a spot that was a couple of meters away from her. Even though the White Lotus matriarch was dying, a cunning person like her might make the final strike before her death. Certainly, Chu Huashang wouldn't give her the chance. Despite her alluring face, she looked as devious as a viper at this moment. With a dispassionate expression, she said, "Why wouldn't I dare?" The White Lotus matriarch coughed up blood. "I haven't passed you the recipe for the freezing blood-burning soul pills. If I die, you won't be able to live either. You'll die in just 3 months." She had complete trust in the freezing blood-burning soul pills, so she had never been suspicious of Chu Huashang. That was the reason she was caught off guard. Only the sect master of White Lotus sect had the right to take control of the freezing blood-burning soul pills. Every sect master would pass the recipe to their successor before their death. Are you talking about this? Chu Huashang suddenly fished out a jade bottle from her clothes and poured out dozens of red pills. The White Lotus matriarch widened her eyes in disbelief. How can this be? Where did you get the recipe? She was certain that she had never told anyone the recipe before, nor had she left behind any clues about it. There was no way Chu Huashang could have obtained it. He gave it to me. Chu Huashang appeared melancholic when she spoke about that person and recalled the incident in Crimson Wind Canyon 2 months ago. Yang Kai passed her something before he left. After the war ended, she checked it and realized that it was the recipe for the freezing blood-burning soul pills antidotes. Judging from the weathered look of the scroll, it must have been more than 10 years old. In other words, Yang Kai had already obtained this recipe more than 10 years ago. He and he had probably resolved the poison of the freezing blood-burning soul pills long ago and were no longer controlled by it. He could have left at any moment, but he had always stayed by her side instead. Regardless of how unreasonable her demands were, he had never refused her. Even when she ordered him to die, he still willingly obliged. Certainly, the White Lotus matriarch knew who the person was that Chu Huashang was talking about. After becoming startled for a moment, she put on a bitter smile. I'd never expected that he was an expert in the alchemic Tao on top of everything else. Yang Kai had somehow obtained the antidote recipe while being clueless about it. The only possibility that the White Lotus matriarch could think of was that merely through ingesting and studying the antidotes he got every 3 months, he was able to determine the ingredients and figured out the recipe. Ordinary alchemists would never have been able to pull off such a feat. The White Lotus matriarch even doubted whether her speculation was right despite it being the only possibility. Yes, who could have expected that? Chu Huashang muttered under her breath. The White Lotus matriarch suddenly put on a smile. Good, very good. The sect master of White Lotus sect must be cruel and cold-hearted. You're a woman, so you're already weaker than men to begin with. If you remain so indecisive, You will destroy our foundation that has been built up for hundreds of years. I knew you were the right person. I'll be able to rest in peace, knowing that you'll be the next sect master." Chu Huashang saluted her in an elegant manner. "I ask sect master to go on ahead." The White Lotus matriarch nodded and closed her eyes. Her aura became increasingly weaker until it was completely gone. A moment later, Chu Huashang stepped forward and placed her finger under the White Lotus matriarch's nose. Upon confirming that the older woman was really dead, she moved her corpse and adjusted her own clothes before sitting on the throne of the sect master. She had always dreamed of becoming the sect master, and now, her wish had finally been granted. The magnificent throne symbolized unlimited power. She had the right to determine anyone's life or death and command both the righteous and wicked path. The power she had obtained was even greater than the dreams she had as a young child. In this world, White Lotus sect had no more rivals. She looked down at the hall as though she could already envision the countless masters who would come over to pay respects to her. The corners of her mouth curled as she suddenly began to laugh. Life was too short to have a lot of dreams, and a person would be considered lucky if they could make even one of them come true. Chu Huashang had managed to achieve that and more though. However, innumerable people had lost their lives for her victory. Her unrestrained laugh reverberated across the empty hall, but no one could share her happiness. Presently, she was only accompanied by a corpse. As she laughed, she suddenly broke down into tears. Her tears slid down her face like pearls after the string had snapped. Appearing heartbroken, she covered her face with her hands. There was nothing in the world she feared while she had the unconditional love of that man. It wasn't until she lost him that she realized he had become an inseparable part of her life. While sitting on the throne, she finally discovered that her dream wasn't worth anything. The man she had always neglected in the past was the most valuable treasure she had. However, she had lost him forever. All she could think of now were those few months she had spent living in that log house by the lake. That was undoubtedly the happiest time in her life. At that moment, she felt she could feel the gentle breeze brushing past her cheek as she placed her hands behind her head. While looking up at the starry sky, she listened to the love story of 9 lives. At that time, there were no deceptions and battles in her life. All she had was that man's unconditional love. She missed that time so much. In the next life, I'll repay what I owe you. Chu Huashang lifted her sword to her neck as the sharp blade cut her delicate skin, preparing to end it all, but while her eyes were drenched in tears, she suddenly caught sight of a figure abruptly appearing before her. The person was wearing a mask made from iron, but even though his face was covered, his figure was all too familiar. Chu Huashang thought that her sorrow was causing her to hallucinate as she looked dazedly at the person, so she did not hesitate to exert more force with her hand. It wasn't until her wrist was clenched by the person that her entire figure shook. Behind that person, Xiaohe stuck out her head while appearing puzzled. "Why are you trying to kill yourself all of a sudden? You looked so happy a moment ago. How strange." "Old man?" Chu Huashang quickly wiped away her tears and asked in a shaking voice. The person took her sword and tossed it away before the weapon clanged to the ground. He gently stroked her head and said, "Good people don't live long while a scourge lasts 1,000 years. I won't die so easily." Chu Huashang couldn't believe her eyes as she attempted to take off the person's iron mask. "My face was burned. It might scare you," Yang Kai said. Without hesitation, Chu Huashang took off the mask and saw a contorted face that was caused by burn marks. The face was so hideous that a toddler would break into tears upon seeing it. However, Chu Huashang crashed into the man's embrace and hugged him tightly as though she was trying to merge with his body. She sniffed at the man's scent as if she was trying to imprint it in the deepest part of her mind. Regardless of how many rounds of reincarnation she had to go through, she would never forget his scent. Yang Kai's clothes were smeared by her tears and snot while the woman was laughing and crying at the same time. Xiaohe looked at them with a tilted head and couldn't help but remark, "The couple has finally gotten together. How wonderful." All of a sudden, Chu Huashang froze, and the next moment, She lifted her head from the man's embrace and looked up at him with a perplexed expression. Junior brother? Yang Kai let out a long breath. You're finally awake, senior sister. It had been a difficult life for him, as it was much harder to wake Chu Huashang up compared to the previous 8 lives. This couldn't be helped, as Chu Huashang was overly ambitious in this life to the point that she neglected her own feelings. Yang Kai had been working hard to win her heart by staying by her side for 20 years. Even though he had made some progress, he still hadn't managed to shatter her heart barrier. Therefore, he decided to take a risk by helping her fulfill her wish and satisfy her ambition. She would only have time to examine her true feelings after that. Even if the White Lotus matriarch hadn't come up with the plot during the battle at Crimson Wind Canyon, Yang Kai would still have pretended to die to fulfill his plan. However, the White Lotus matriarch's plot almost caused him to really lose his life there. Yang Kai had no idea what would have happened if he was really killed. Fortunately, the outcome turned out to be what he had hoped to see. After going through 9 rounds of reincarnation, Chu Huashang finally resolved her heart and regained herself after her heart barrier was shattered. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-48. Martial Aunt Luo. Yes, I'm awake. Chu Huashang snuggled up to Yang Kai with a joyous expression. Thank you for everything. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and ran his fingers through her hair. Then, Chu Huashang lifted her head and looked over his shoulder before asking in puzzlement, what's going on with Xiaohe? Since her heart barrier was shattered, her memory was also restored. Certainly, she had recalled everything that had happened in the rounds of reincarnation. Since the 6th life, Xiaohe had always appeared in the samsara worlds that were built upon her heart barrier, which concerned her. She didn't remember anything about a woman named Luo Tinghe. Supposedly, such a person shouldn't have appeared in her samsara worlds. I have no idea either, however. I think we'll find out about it after we leave this place. Chu Huashang nodded and lifted her head from the man's embrace before looking at him with a sly gaze. Well, I'll see you in the next life then. Yang Kai was flabbergasted upon hearing that and in a half-panic asked, There's a next life? Without replying to him, Chu Huashang winked at him in a cheeky manner. Just then, everything around him started dissipating like a burning picture scroll. Yang Kai watched his own figure disappearing into the void as his consciousness seemed to have set off on a long journey. When he came to his senses, he realized that it was pitch black around him. Soon, a light tore through the darkness and expanded as the view inside the Samsara Pavilion came into his sight. Yang Kai was startled for a moment before realizing that there wasn't a next life. 9 lives was the limit in the Samsara Pavilion, which was also the number of lives Chu Huashang had set up for her heart barrier. She was just pulling a prank earlier. He slowly shook his head as he was torn between tears and laughter. After stepping out of the tree cave, he looked up at the sky. Although he finally returned to the real world, Yang Kai still found it to be surreal. The experiences and hardships he had gone through in the 9 lives were so vivid that it was as though they had just happened the day before. The experiences felt so real that it could be said they had actually happened. Yang Kai could clearly feel that after 9 rounds of reincarnation, he was now in a much calmer state. Only a bit more than 100 years had passed after 9 rounds of reincarnation, but it was equivalent to 1,000 years of training for his mental state. The Samsara Pavilion was indeed a place where hearts were trained and tempered. If a person's cultivation had progressed too quickly while he was in an unstable mental state, he would gain a lot of benefits by training inside the Samsara Pavilion. Without the need for any reason, Yang Kai started walking in a particular direction. Although there were no clear indications, he was certain that Chu Huashang was in that direction. Their hearts were now connected after 9 rounds of reincarnation. While he was on his way, he saw an alluring woman moving towards him. As their eyes met, Chu Huashang put on a smile and shuffled over. Yang Kai extended his hand and said, Let's go. Martial Aunt, you must be worried about us. Chu Huashang obediently placed her hand in Yang Kai's. A lot of people were moving around outside the Samsara Pavilion. It had been about 130 years since Yang Kai entered the Samsara Pavilion. To an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, This was a period of time that was longer than their lifetime. However, to an open heaven realm master, it was no more than a short, secluded cultivation session. When Yu Xiangdai had some free time recently, she would come here to wait outside the Samsara Pavilion. Unfortunately, after she waited for many years, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were still nowhere in sight. On the other hand, Chen Xiu's two disciples had walked out of the Samsara Pavilion not long after they entered it. During the past 10+ years, Yu Xiangdai had spent more time waiting in this place. That was because, according to her estimations, if Yang Kai could successfully bring Chu Huashang out of the Samsara Pavilion, it would happen around this time. Waiting wasn't something that felt boring to her. She had been waiting for a particular man to notice her for many more years, so she was already used to the feeling. When two familiar figures stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion hand in hand, Yu Xiangdai let out a long breath as the worry in her heart over the years finally abated. "Martial Aunt Yu." Yang Kai and Chu Huashang saluted her at the same time. Yu Xiangdai darted her gaze between the two of them with an amiable smile before nodding with satisfaction. "I'm glad that both of you are back. You must have suffered a lot." She had received training in the Samsara Pavilion before, so she knew what they would face inside. Contrary to her initial assumptions, the heart barrier that Chu Huashang had set up must have been extremely difficult to overcome, so the hardships they had gone through must be more intense than her own experiences in the past. "Many thanks for your concern, Martial Aunt," Yang Kai said. Yu Xiangdai shook her head. "It's nothing. In any case, both of you must be exhausted. Go get some rest now." "There's no hurry." Yang Kai shook his head and turned to look in the Samsara Pavilion's direction. "Let's wait a while longer." A puzzled Yu Xiangdai asked, "What are you waiting for?" Chu Huashang knew what Yang Kai was waiting for, but just when she was ready to ask Yu Xiangdai whether the latter knew someone named Luo Tinghe, Yu Xiangdai widened her eyes in disbelief as she looked over their shoulders. At that moment, a powerful aura could be felt rapidly approaching them. Chu Huashang turned her head and saw Xiaohe descending from the sky with a smile. She soon landed on the ground. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang traded glances as they had already expected it. Xiaohe had always appeared by their side since the sixth life. Therefore, they speculated that she must be a powerful cultivator from Enyang Cave Heaven who for some reason was swept into their samsara worlds. Now, they had gone through 9 rounds of reincarnation and left the Samsara Pavilion. It must be the same case for Luo Tinghe. The person Yang Kai was waiting for was naturally Luo Tinghe. Judging from Yu Xiangdai's expression, it was apparent that she knew Luo Tinghe. Moreover, they seemed really close. "Senior Sister Luo." Disbelief was written all over Yu Xiangdai's face as she spoke in a shaking voice, clearly on the brink of breaking into tears as she asked, "Is that really you?" "Senior Sister Luo." Upon hearing how Yu Xiangdai addressed the woman, Chu Huashang realized something. Luo Tinghe and her honored master were supposedly from the same generation, but she had never heard of her before. "Xiao Dai." Luo Tinghe called out with a smile. The next moment, Yu Xiangdai crashed into Luo Tinghe's arms and hugged her tightly as her shoulders trembled. Luo Tinghe's face twitched as she gazed at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang with a helpless expression. She patted Yu Xiangdai's back and said, There, you're an adult now, so why do you still love to cry just like when you were a child? Where's that good-for-nothing boy? Did he bully you?" While hugging her tightly, Yu Xiangdai shook her head. A helpless Luo Tinghe muttered in a small voice, "They're watching you." It was only then that Yu Xiangdai started flushing as she bashfully moved away. Then, she turned her head to glower at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. One of them quickly looked up at the sky while the other gazed at the ground. "Why haven't you saluted her yet?" Yu Xiangdai spoke in a stern voice in an attempt to restore her authority. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang quickly cupped their fists. "Greetings, Martial Aunt Luo." Luo Tinghe waved her hand. "Stop calling me that. It's not like we're strangers. Just call me Xiaohe as usual." Yang Kai's forehead was covered in cold sweat. This junior wouldn't dare. In their 9th life, he had always called his crazy and muddle-headed personal bodyguard Xiaohe. Since he was aware of her true identity now, Yang Kai wouldn't dare to be impolite. A perplexed Yu Xiangdai gazed at Luo Ting as she had no idea why her senior sister and Yang Kai seemed to be so familiar with one another. Just then, Luo Ting frowned as though she was bothered by some kind of difficulty. We'll catch up later. There's something I have to do now. Yu Xiangdai quickly asked, do you need any help? With a smile, Luo Ting stroked the other woman's head. My internal qi is surging and my small universe is trembling now. I'm about to achieve a breakthrough. How are you going to help me? A pleasantly surprised Yu Xiangdai asked, you're about to achieve a breakthrough? Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were shocked as well. Luo Ting's aura had been conspicuous since she stepped out of the Samsara Pavilion, and the fluctuations she gave off indicated that she was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai initially thought that she was unable to curb her aura after staying in the Samsara Pavilion for too long. Apparently, that wasn't the case, though. The reason behind it was that she was about to achieve a breakthrough. Since she was a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master now, naturally she was going to ascend to the 8th Order. An 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master would be considered a supreme elder or ancestor in any of those cave heavens or paradises. It wasn't that Yang Kai had never seen 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters before, but it was the first time he was about to witness a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master ascending to the 8th Order. His interest had been piqued. If nothing unexpected happened, he would make it to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm one day as well. If he could observe the process now, he might gain something from it that would help with his breakthrough in the future. Chu Huashang shared the same sentiment, so she stared fixedly at Luo Ting. The next instant, Luo Ting leaped into the air and said to Yu Xiangdai, wait for me. I'll be right back. Certainly, Yu Xiangdai would wait for her return. Luo Ting didn't head to a faraway place, stopping at a spot that was 1,000 or so kilometers away from the spirit province where the Samsara Pavilion was located. As she sat down with her legs crossed and formed a hand seal, the world force swirled around her as the illusory phantom of her small universe flickered behind her back. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang stared fixedly at her. All of a sudden, Yu Xiangdai turned around and saluted the two of them. Thank you. A flabbergasted Yang Kai stepped aside and asked in puzzlement, what do you mean, Martial Ant you? Chu Huashang also had no idea what was going on. She didn't understand why Yu Xiangdai saluted them as they were her juniors. Yu Xiangdai said, thank you for bringing senior sister Luo out of the Samsara Pavilion. Yang Kai exchanged glances with Chu Huashang, then shook his head. You've got it wrong, Martial Ant you. We didn't do anything. Instead, Martial Ant Luo helped us a lot. It is we who should thank her. Yu Xiangdai put on a smile. Do you know how long senior sister Luo has been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion? Before they could reply to her, she went on to say, it has been 2,000 years. 2,000 years. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were astounded upon hearing that. Although they had speculated that Luo Ting was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven who had barged into their Samsara worlds, they hadn't expected that she had been trapped inside for 2,000 years. The Samsara Pavilion was a place where Yinyang Cave Heaven disciples trained their hearts. Although the place appeared serene, it was paved with danger. Regardless of whether they cultivated the heartfelt Tao or the heartless Tao, Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had to fall in love at some point in order to advance. Martial Peak, Chapter 48-49, Incredible Contribution. It was rumored that the disciples of Yinyang Cave Heaven were all lascivious people. However, they didn't know that these seemingly unscrupulous people were the most loyal partners out there. A lot of Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples entered the Samsara Pavilion to receive training and set up heart barriers for themselves, but they became lost inside forever. Since time immemorial, countless Yinyang Cave Heaven's disciples had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion as they were no longer able to tell reality and illusion apart. They had lost their way in the rounds of reincarnation. Luo Ting was one of them. There had never been any news about her since she entered the Samsara Pavilion 2,000 years ago. It wasn't until this day that she reappeared. Senior sister cultivated the heartfelt Tao, and she had a partner who was also deeply in love with her. Although the challenge was difficult for them, they were supposedly able to surmount it. Unfortunately, what happened? Chu Huashang asked with anxiety. Although she knew that something must have happened that caused Luo Tinghe to be trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, she still couldn't help but feel nervous at this moment. Yu Xiangdai shook her head and let out a sigh. Senior sister is a willful person. When she decides to do something, no one can stop her. That day, Brother Su had an argument with her, saying that no one could pass the test of 9 reincarnations in the Samsara Pavilion. Senior sister argued that she could do it, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone about it. Brother Su and I were unable to stop her and, at that time, Senior Brother Sun was trying to break through to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. Although she didn't explain who Senior Brother Sun was, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang knew that he was supposed to be Luo Tinghe's partner. She had faith in the love between them, and she believed that Senior Brother Sun would be able to bring her out of the Samsara Pavilion, so she didn't have a discussion with him before that. An accident happened when Senior Brother Sun was trying to ascend to the 8th Order, and he passed away. Yu Xiangdai appeared melancholic as she recalled the incident from 2,000 years ago. The higher the order in the open heaven realm, the harder it is to achieve a breakthrough. Although Senior Brother Sun was well prepared, he still failed in his attempt in the end. Was that why Martial Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion? Chu Huashang asked. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Since Senior Brother Sun had passed away, no one could shatter Senior Sister Luo's heart barrier anymore. That was why no one was able to bring her out of that place. Chu Huashang suddenly recalled something as she said, "So, the person that Honored Master had mentioned was Martial Aunt Luo?" Yu Xiangdai shot her a curious glance. What did Brother Su say? Chu Huashang replied, "There was once when Honored Master was quite drunk. He said he had wronged a senior sister long ago, but he didn't delve into it, so I wasn't sure what he was talking about. Now, it seems that the person he had mentioned was Martial Aunt Luo. If he hadn't argued with Luo Tinghe, she wouldn't have dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim and become trapped inside it for such a long time." Yu Xiangdai snorted, "Emph. He's guilty of wronging more than just one senior sister." Chu Huashang knew a thing or two about what was going on between her Honored Master and Yu Xiangdai, but she wouldn't dare to say anything now, so she just stuck out her tongue at Yang Kai. All of a sudden, Yang Kai realized a problem. Martial Uncle Sun passed away after Martial Aunt Luo entered the Samsara Pavilion. It wasn't until 2,000 years had passed that she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. Does it mean that she isn't aware of what happened? I suppose she's aware of it. Yu Xiangdai put on a bitter smile. Back then, Brother Su and I entered the Samsara Pavilion to look for her. There was once when we finally found her and told her about the news. At that time, her memory had been restored, but she soon reincarnated into the next life. Brother Su, and I couldn't find her again after that. Yang Kai nodded in response. A puzzled Chu Huashang asked, "In that case, how did Martial Aunt Luo manage to leave the Samsara Pavilion together with me?" Yu Xiangdai replied, "That's where I have to thank you. Both of you have been through 9 reincarnations, right?" Yang Kai and Chu Huashang nodded their heads together. At that time, Brother Su argued with Senior Sister that no one could ever pass the test of 9 reincarnations. Senior Sister said that she and Senior Brother Sun could do that, so she entered the Samsara Pavilion without telling anyone. Brother Su and I thought that the heart barrier she had set up must have something to do with Senior Brother Sun and her, and that they must experience 9 reincarnations together for her to leave. However, now it seems that it was just one of the ways to break the heart barrier. Another way to do it was to witness another couple passing the test of 9 reincarnations. The two of you completed just that, so Senior Sister Luo's heart barrier was also shattered. That was why she could leave the Samsara Pavilion. Upon hearing her explanation, Yang Kai said, "It was no wonder that Martial Aunt Luo had started appearing by our side after the 6th life. It seems that our reincarnations had something to do with her heart barrier." That was the only reasonable explanation. Yang Kai had always wondered why Xiaohe had started appearing by Chu Huashang and his side with different identities since the 6th life. He initially thought that she was a powerful cultivator from Yinyang Cave Heaven, whose consciousness happened to be tangled up with their reincarnations. Now, It seemed that it had something to do with the heart barrier she had built as she had to witness another couple completing the test of 9 reincarnations. Hence, she started taking part in their journey in the 6th life. The experiences in the previous lives were still all right, but when Yang Kai recalled that he had been bossing Luo Ting around when she was his personal bodyguard in the 9th life, he couldn't help but feel guilty. He thus asked in a small voice, "Martial Aunt Yu, is Martial Aunt Luo a small-minded person?" Yu Xiangdai shot him a glance. "What's wrong? Did you do anything wrong to her in the Samsara Pavilion?" Yang Kai quickly denied it. No, no, no. How could that be possible?" Yu Xiangdai smiled gently. "I don't know if senior sister is a small-minded person, but brother Su was always bullied by her when he was a boy. Both of us were raised by senior sister, so while she's like an elder sister, she is also like a mother to us. If brother Su finds out that she has gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, I'm sure he'll be relieved." Yang Kai said nonchalantly, "When Martial Uncle Su returns to Yinyang Cave Heaven, he'll naturally find out about this good news." Yu Xiangdai and Chu Huashang fell silent. "A lot of people are coming." Yang Kai suddenly looked into the distance. Although they were 1,000 kilometers apart, Yang Kai could still feel the surging world force coming from Luo Tinghe. As they spoke, the elders from Yinyang Cave Heaven who had rarely stepped out of their homes began showing up. It was apparent that they became aware of the ascension attempt. Chun Xiu rushed over to this place with his 2 disciples as they watched the ascension from a place that was several dozen kilometers away from Yang Kai. Beside him were Tao Lingwan and Feng Chengxi, who gently nodded at Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai nodded back at them. There were also a lot of 6th Order and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that Yang Kai had never seen before. In just over an hour, hundreds of Open Heaven Realm Masters had arrived in groups or as individuals as they found suitable locations to observe Luo Tinghe's ascension. It was rare to see a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master ascending to the 8th Order even in the Cave Heavens and Paradises, so whenever that happened, it would attract countless Open Heaven Realm Masters to come over. To those who intended to make it to the 8th Order, such observation was greatly beneficial to them. Even those who didn't have the chance to ascend to the 8th Order, they could still watch it as they might get something out of it. Although Yang Kai couldn't detect the presence of any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, he could faintly feel that some people were paying attention to this place in the dark. There was no doubt that they were the ancestors of Yinyang Cave Heaven. Senior sister is a genius who is one of the most talented people in the Cave Heavens and Paradises. When she ascended to the Open Heaven Realm, she did so directly to the 7th Order. There was a proud expression on Yu Xiangdai's face when she mentioned Luo Tinghe. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were astounded. She directly broke through to the 7th Order. Yu Xiangdai nodded. The two of them exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Most of the Open Heaven Realm Masters in the world had no hope of making it to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm in their lifetime. Their starting point determined how far they could go in the Open Heaven Realm. Those who started out below the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm would never see the high rank. Even those who directly ascended to the 5th Order would be at risk of losing their lives when trying to break through. However, Luo Tinghe had directly made it to the 7th Order. In other words, her starting point in the Open Heaven Realm was already much higher than 99% of all Open Heaven Realm Masters. This kind of disparity was truly dispiriting. Yang Kai knew that there were people who could directly ascend to the 7th Order as he too had such a dream in the past. Only by directly ascending to the 7th Order would one stand a chance to reach the highest 9th Order. That was the peak of the Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, life was not a bed of flowers. Although he had a solid foundation and heritage, Yang Kai was forced and made his decision to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the end. After he consumed a mid-rank world fruit, his starting point in the Open Heaven Realm became the 6th Order, which was equivalent to the core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. At that time, he didn't understand why those from the Cave Heavens and Paradises repeatedly stopped him from ascending to the 7th Order and even risked tarnishing their reputations to oppress him, so he was furious about it. Although he found out that it had something to do with the Black Ink Clan at a later time, he still couldn't get over it completely. After all, His pursuit of the peak of the martial Tao had been cut off. This was something that was unforgivable. In the 3,000 worlds, apparently, only the disciples born in the cave heavens and paradises who were proven to be loyal and righteous had the right to directly ascend to the seventh order. Even taking all 108 cave heavens and paradises into consideration, only one such disciple would emerge every 1,000 years or so. Luo Ting, he was one such disciple. It was the greatest honor to be able to directly ascend to the seventh order, and it was also a symbol of power. Only a person like her had the right to take a peek at the greatest power of the ninth order. Yang Kai had never expected that Luo Ting, he was a cultivator who had directly broken through to the seventh order. It was also his first time meeting such a person. He could imagine that those from Inyang Cave Heaven must have been heartbroken when Luo Ting, he was trapped in the Samsara Pavilion back then. They must have put in a lot of effort to save her, but it was apparent that their attempts had failed. By going through 9 reincarnations, Chu Huashang and Yang Kai accidentally brought Luo Ting he out of the Samsara Pavilion. In other words, both of them had made an incredible contribution to Inyang Cave Heaven. That was because they didn't just save a high-rank open heaven realm master, but a potential master who could rise to the greatest heights in the future. There was no doubt that of the two of them, Yang Kai had made a bigger contribution. That was because he was the one who had been working hard to shatter Chu Huashang's heart barrier throughout the 9 reincarnations. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had saved both Luo Ting he and Chu Huashang. Martial Peak, Chapter 4850. I'm a well-behaved person. An ascension from the 7th order to the 8th order open heaven realm couldn't be achieved in a short time. Perhaps it would take days or even months. However, the spectators didn't appear to be impatient at all, as they wouldn't miss any details. The Samsara Pavilion was where hearts were trained, so regardless of how long a person stayed inside it, their cultivation wouldn't increase one bit. Luo Ting, he must have reached the critical point of achieving a breakthrough 2,000 ago. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve an ascension as soon as she got out of the Samsara Pavilion. 2,000 years of reincarnation may have even been what triggered the chance for her to achieve ascension. In other words, if she hadn't dashed into the Samsara Pavilion on a whim, she would have become an 8th order open heaven realm master a long time ago. Xiao Chuer, you directly ascended to the 6th order back then, so you'll have a chance to make it to the 8th order. It will be beneficial for you to observe, Yu Xiangdai said. Chu Huashang nodded with a solemn expression. The danger that an open heaven realm master faces when achieving an ascension is related to the strengthening of their small universe. There is a limit to a small universe's capacity, so if the cultivator is unable to bear the sudden increase in power, their small universe would be at risk of collapsing. That is the kind of risk that Senior Sister Luo has to face now, and it is also the kind of risk that all open heaven realm masters have to deal with. In your case, you're a 6th order open heaven realm master who will make it to the 7th order one day. The risk you will have to face at that time is that your small universe must materialize, which is the hardest part. It's even more dangerous than what your martial aunt Luo is facing. Chu Huashang said respectfully, please enlighten me, martial aunt. Yu Xiangdai let out a sigh. Brother Su is supposed to be the one who tells you this. However, since he's not around, I'll do so on his behalf. During the materialization process, your small universe will face an unimaginable impact. It's just like a monster beast that has to condense a monster core in their body when their cultivation reaches a certain level. If your power is unstable, you won't be able to achieve your goal. Therefore, before you ascend to the 7th order, you have to make sure that you have accumulated enough heritage. If your heritage is insufficient, your small universe won't be able to materialize, and that will be a fatal disaster. Countless disciples from the cave heavens and paradises have lost their lives during the process. That's the reason there are so few high-rank open heaven realm masters in the cave heavens and paradises. Since time immemorial, there were not many in the cave heavens and paradises who directly ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, but there must be many people who had directly made it to the 5th order. After years of accumulation, these disciples who had directly ascended to the 5th order were supposed to make it to the 6th order and even the 7th order if nothing unexpected happened. However, if it was so easy to ascend to the 7th order, there would have been more than 10,000 high-rank open heaven realm masters in each of the cave heavens and paradises by now. Besides the cave heavens and paradises, there should also be a lot of 7th-order open heaven realm masters in the second-class great forces. Nevertheless, the truth was that none of the cave heavens or paradises had a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters. There were likely other reasons for this situation as well, but the huge risk associated with crossing over to the high-rank open heaven realm was undoubtedly a big one. Those disciples who had the right to attempt an ascension to the high-rank open heaven realm either didn't have the confidence to give it a try as they hadn't accumulated enough heritage, or had lost their lives during the process. The gap between the 6th order and the 7th order was a dividing line, and even after one made it to the 7th order, it would be extremely difficult to ascend to the next realm. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something as he asked, in that case, the 4 great pillars and 12 minor pillars must be very useful for the open heaven realm masters when ascending to the next order. Yu Xiangdai nodded. That's to be expected. When an open heaven realm master achieves an ascension, their small universe will be faced with a violent impact. The 4 great pillars and 12 minor pillars are very useful in stabilizing one's small universes. However, you have to understand that only the high-rank open heaven realm masters have the right to refine the 12 minor pillars. Although those things might be useful to cultivators below the high-rank open heaven realm, they're unable to use them. The only things that are useful to them are the 4 great pillars. Nevertheless, those are even rarer. How is the average person supposed to get their hands on them? As she spoke, she shot Yang Kai a wry glance to mean that he was truly lucky. It wasn't a secret in the cave heavens and paradises that Yang Kai possessed the world spring, which could protect his small universe from external intrusion or impact. Even the black ink strength didn't have any effect on Yang Kai. The high-rank open heaven realm masters were envious of him because of that. Yang Kai initially thought that the only uses of the world spring were to help him fend off external forces and fortify his small universe, so it surprised him to learn that it was also useful during breakthroughs. With one of the 4 great pillars in one's body, not only could they ensure that their small universe would be freed from any external influences, but it could also allow the cultivator to have no worries about raising living creatures in his or her body to strengthen their heritage. Additionally, it could fend off the invasion of black ink strength. Furthermore, it was very useful when the cultivator achieved an ascension. Now, it seemed that the 4 great pillars were indeed some of the most precious treasures in the world. They were just as precious as the soul-warming lotus and the immortal tree that Yang Kai had obtained. To the open heaven realm masters, perhaps the 4 great pillars may even be more valuable. Marshal Ant Yu, there's one more thing I'd like to ask you about, Yang Kai said humbly. Yu Xiangdai replied, go ahead. I'm sure you know a thing or two about my situation. I'm a 6th order open heaven realm master now, and I feel that I'm just one step away from the 7th order. What would I face when I try to break through to the 7th order? Yu Xiangdai was shocked by how fast Yang Kai could accumulate his heritage. It had to be noted that it had only been 300 or so years since he directly ascended to the 5th order outside of Shadowless Cave Heaven in the Shattered Heaven. On top of that, the 130 years he had spent in the Samsara Pavilion had to be excluded because he wasn't cultivating at all during that period. Not only had Yang Kai ascended from the 5th order to the 6th order so quickly, but he was also now just one step away from the 7th order. She had never heard that anyone was able to cultivate so quickly in the open heaven realm. Accumulation was of utmost importance in the cultivation of an open heaven realm master. There were no other ways to rapidly increase one's heritage. A long period of accumulation was inevitable for all open heaven realm masters. Every open heaven realm master had to spend a painfully long time cultivating to reach the next order. It was possible for a 3rd order open heaven realm master to ascend to the 4th order after 300 years of cultivating, but it was close to impossible for a 5th order open heaven realm master to make it to the 7th order within the same amount of time. However, the truth was right before Yu Xiangdai's eyes. She knew and could even feel that Yang Kai was indeed strong. In Langya Paradise, he single-handedly defeated all its 6th order open heaven realm masters. No one was a match for him. It was apparent that the average 6th order open heaven realm master couldn't compete against him. He must be at the peak of the sixth order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, she was unable to answer Yang Kai's question. Usually, the most important thing when a sixth order open heaven realm master ascended to the seventh order was the materialization of the small universe. But Yang Kai was different. His small universe had already materialized when he made it to the fifth order, so he didn't have to face the biggest problem that troubled other open heaven realm masters. After giving it a thought, Yu Xiangdai shook her head. To be honest with you, I've never met an open heaven realm master like you before. I've discussed with my fellow brothers and sisters regarding your situation, and we believe that the uniqueness of your small universe might have something to do with the fact that you're an expert in the Tao of space. Has no one cultivated the Tao of space before me? There were many people who had cultivated the Tao of space before, but none had attainments as high as yours. Therefore, I'm not sure what you will face when ascending to the seventh order. However, I suppose you won't face the common problems that trouble other cultivators. Moreover, you have the world spring to protect your small universe, so I think that there won't be a problem when try to reach the seventh order. She then paused for a moment before continuing. With that said, you'd still better be careful. Look for a quiet place and cultivate in seclusion. Deduce the problems you might face when achieving an ascension so that you won't be flustered when that time comes. I understand. Yang Kai nodded. He already had the intention to ascend to the seventh order open heaven realm a long time ago. However, his 100-year promise with Chu Huashang was about to be due at that time, so he put it off until now. Presently, Chu Huashang had gotten out of the Samsara Pavilion, so after everything was settled in Yinyang Cave Heaven, Yang Kai planned to start cultivating in seclusion. As he thought of the proprietress all of a sudden, he quickly asked, Marshal Antyu, has Lan Yu Ruoff from Voidland exited seclusion yet? Yu Xiangdai replied, she had already left seclusion while you were inside the chaotic dead territory. Don't worry, she's now a seventh order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai arched his brow. He had spent several dozen years in the chaotic dead territory and more than 100 years in the Samsara Pavilion. So, it had been quite a long time since the proprietress stopped cultivating in seclusion. Upon learning that she had successfully made it to the seventh order, he was relieved. The main reason was that the proprietress had cultivated in seclusion for a very long time, so he wasn't sure if everything was going well for her. Even if she was facing any problems, though, outsiders were unable to lend her a hand. Since she had ascended to the seventh order, she had to face the problem that the high-rank open heaven realm masters, who were not from the cave heavens and paradises, had to deal with. What's the stance of the cave heavens and paradises about her? Yang Kai asked. Yu Xiangdai replied, C2 Kong from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven has stepped forward to vouch for her, so no one will make a move on her. Don't worry about it. Because of the matter regarding the Black Ink disciples, the cave heavens and paradises were wary of the high-rank open heaven realm masters that emerged in other great forces. As such, they would lure those high-rank open heaven realm masters to their own sects to keep an eye on them, which caused a misunderstanding among the general public. Some people would secretly ascend to the high-rank open heaven realm and then sneak into the shattered heaven. It was the same case for Bright Sun Divine Monarch Qingyang, Xia Linlang, and others. However, those from the cave heavens and paradises were unable to explain anything about the Black Ink clan to the public. Even the vice-sect master of Langya Paradise, Yuan Du, was unable to resist the allure of the Black Ink strength as he took the initiative to give a sacrificial offering to the Black Ink clan in order to break through his own shackles. It couldn't be guaranteed that others wouldn't be tempted upon learning the powers of the Black Ink strength. After turning into Black Ink disciples, they would no longer be restricted by their starting point in the open heaven realm, which was temptation enough for a lot of people, especially those ambitious people who had a low starting point. However, the proprietress was originally from First Inn, which was a business backed by C2 Kong, who was from Xian Yuan Cave Heaven. With his assurance, together with the connections the proprietress had built up over the years, she could ensure her own independence. At the very least, she wouldn't fall into the situation that the other high-rank open heaven realm masters who were not from the cave heavens and paradises had to deal with. All of a sudden, Yu Xiangdai shot a meaningful glance at Chu Huashang. Shao Chuer, you must be careful in the future. This brat is not someone who is content with his lot. He might even bring back more women in the future. Chu Huashang nodded repeatedly. Yes, martial aunt. An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, please stop slandering me. Martial aunt you. I've never been a licentious man. I'm a well-behaved person who always stays within his bounds. Chu Huashang looked smilingly at him. Oh, really? What's going on with you and senior sister Tao then? Weren't you supposed to tell me about that? Yang Kai hurriedly said, I was just about to explain. Martial Peak, Chapter 4851, Myriad Law Mantra. Yang Kai then started talking about everything that had happened after he arrived at Yinyang Cave Heaven in detail. Chen Xiu asked Tao Lingwan to take care of him, but this woman suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him. He was kind enough to help her restore order from chaos, but due to the uniqueness of Yinyang Cave Heaven's secret art, he left behind a trace of his aura in her small universe. As a result, Tao Lingwan would need his help if she wanted to ascend to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm one day. Chu Huashang attentively listened to him. A moment later, she let out a sigh. Senior sister Tao is the victim of this incident. In fact, Yang Kai was the victim here too because he knew nothing before the incident happened. If someone suffered from cultivation dissonance in front of him, he would immediately help them, not to mention that the person was a disciple from Yinyang Cave Heaven. However, he hadn't expected that his actions would invite such trouble. From Tao Lingwan's perspective, she was just obeying her honored master's order. Given her temperament, she wouldn't refute Chen Xiu regardless of what demands he came up with. To Chen Xiu, he was just trying to save Yinyang Cave Heaven's face and resolve the embarrassing situation it found itself in. He was even willing to sacrifice his disciples' happiness in order to achieve that. Certainly, in his consideration, Yang Kai was good enough for Tao Lingwan when it came to his status and aptitude. It would be a good thing if they could get together. On the other hand, Feng Chengxi would enter the Samsara Pavilion to save Chu Huashang. That would be a win-win situation for everyone. Chen Xiu's idea and actions were the most beneficial to Yinyang Cave Heaven, but it wasn't the outcome Yang Kai wanted to see. That was why he entered the Samsara Pavilion to experience 9 reincarnations with Chu Huashang. What are you going to do about it? Chu Huashang asked. Yang Kai frowned. Am I really the only one who can help junior sister Tao? Are there no similar precedents in Yinyang Cave Heaven? Yu Xiangdai shook her head. No. Other than you. No one else can help her ascend to the 7th Order. If you don't lend her a hand, her martial Dao will end where it is. Moreover, without your help, she will frequently face the risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance. Sooner or later, her small universe will collapse due to an imbalance of yin and yang. That wasn't a small issue as it was giving Yang Kai a serious headache, and he couldn't help complaining, Yinyang Cave Heaven's secret art is too strange. Chu Huashang said, don't forget that senior sister Tao took a fatal sword wound for you. Everything that happened in the samsara world was a reflection of one's true heart. In the first reincarnation, Tao Lingwan was willing to be pierced by a sword in Yang Kai's stead. That was the sincerity she had shown. If the same thing happened to Yang Kai in real life, she would make the same decision. Yang Kai couldn't help but be moved when he recalled the incident. However, he wasn't certain how he should face Tao Lingwan. Chu Huashang took his hand and snuggled up to him. In the samsara world, Tao Lingwan blocked a sword with her body for him. On the other hand, Chu Huashang had stabbed her sword into Yang Kai's body twice, almost killing him. Just like he had said in the samsara world, she owed him so much that she could only keep repaying the debt in the next life. Luo Ting he didn't seem to be facing any unexpected problems when achieving an ascension, though the process did not seem to be simple either. The world force that swirled around her became increasingly rich, and the illusory phantom of her small universe kept expanding and contracting as though the air was being blown into it. Her aura strengthened by the breath until she reached the peak of the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. It had come to a point where no more increase was possible. The expansion of the small universe had a huge impact on her. Danger that outsiders were not able to see was sweeping across her entire small universe at that moment. She had to persevere at all costs, and she must not be complacent. Every action she made would determine her life or death. Her life was hanging by a thread, and there wasn't a third option. A few days later, something unexpected happened to the seemingly smooth ascension. Although Yang Kai had never experienced it before, he was also aware that something was amiss. Looking up, he realized that the illusory phantom of the small universe behind Luoting he continued to expand while contracting from time to time, but it could not return to its original state. It was as though she was unable to control the increase of power in her small universe. The solemn expression on Yu Xiangdai's face confirmed his speculation. There were times when he felt that Yu Xiangdai wanted to step forward to help, but she forcefully stopped herself from doing that. The average person was unable to help when it came to the ascension of an open heaven realm master, and any rash move would only exacerbate the situation. More importantly, Luoting he was now trying to ascend to the 8th order from the 7th order, while Yu Xiangdai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Even if she was willing to use up all her strength to help, there was nothing she could do. Yang Kai soon figured out the crux of the problem. Given Luoting he's aptitude, if she followed the conventional path of cultivating, there wouldn't be a problem when she ascended to the 8th order from the 7th order. Even if there were some risks, they wouldn't be insurmountable. Nevertheless, she had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years. During this period of time, she kept being reincarnated into different samsara worlds while being muddle-headed. Although she eventually found herself as her heart barrier was broken by Yang Kai and Chu Huashang passing through 9 reincarnations, the fact that she had been held up for 2,000 years had some influence on her. If she had taken some rest and fortified her cultivation before attempting an ascension, there wouldn't have been any problems. However, right after she left the Samsara Pavilion, the chance for her to achieve an ascension had come, and she didn't even have time to take a breather. The problem wasn't a lack of heritage, as she had accumulated enough a long time ago. If that wasn't the case, she couldn't have attempted an ascension in the first place. What she lacked was fine control over her own strength. 2,000 years of living blankly caused her to become unfamiliar with her own power. At the thought of this, Yang Kai started getting worried. Luoting he was someone who had directly ascended to the 7th order, and she had a chance to reach the highest 9th order open heaven realm. If she lost her life here due to a lack of control, that would be a huge loss for Enyang Cave Heaven. Even putting Enyang Cave Heaven aside, Luoting he had helped Yang Kai a lot in many rounds of reincarnation, so he wouldn't want to see any accidents happen to her. However, even Yu Xiangdai was unable to help her, let alone Yang Kai. Just then, an aged and grim voice was suddenly heard coming from the distant void, Duo. Following that, another voice was heard coming from a different direction. Similarly, the person only said one syllable, which sounded abstruse and incomprehensible. The next moment, the third syllable was heard coming from a different direction. It was followed by a fourth, then a fifth. Short syllables sounded from different directions in a continuous manner, as though they had already come to an agreement. When the strange syllables came together, they formed a mysterious chant. There was no doubt that it was the supreme elders of Enyang Cave Heaven who spoke those syllables. Although they were cultivating in distant places, they were aware of what was going on in this place, and that was why they decided to lend Luoting a hand. In an instant, Yang Kai felt refreshed, as though his soul had been cleansed. He felt a sense of peacefulness that he had never experienced before. Chu Huashang and Yu Xiangdai parted their lips to join the mysterious chant. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that they sported solemn expressions. More voices were heard coming from different corners of Enyang Cave Heaven. From the open heaven realm masters to the common disciples, the voices came together like creeks that streamed towards a river, which then flowed towards a lake. Eventually, the lake gushed towards the ocean. Everyone in Enyang Cave Heaven sang the ancient chant as the heavens and earth resonated with it. Yang Kai was pleased to discover that Luoting he's condition was improving while she was engulfed in the voices. He also transformed himself into a creek and joined the ocean. The last thing he wanted to see was an accident happening to Luoting he while she achieved an ascension. Since there was now something he could do to help, he was more than willing. The power of one person might be negligible, but the power of thousands was a force to be reckoned with. Yang Kai had never heard of such an amazing mantra before, but at this moment, he was able to sing it smoothly as though he had practiced it for years. Chu Hua Shang turned to look at him and put on a smile before gripping his hand more tightly. With the help of the chant, Yang Kai seemed to have merged into Yin Yang Cave Heaven. He could feel the distinct presence of every individual in the ocean. Everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven seemed to have merged into a single entity, but they were also separate at the same time. This kind of feeling was amazing, and he had never experienced anything like it before. Yang Kai couldn't help marveling at the inheritance of this place, something that Void Land and High Heaven Palace were no match for. Compared to these cave heavens and paradises that had countless years of accumulation, Void Land and High Heaven Palace were like upstarts. The lack of heritage meant that they were nothing more than castles in the sand. If they couldn't uphold their prosperity, they would fall apart sooner or later and be forgotten by everyone. The continuous chant went on for a long time. Luo Ting he finally managed to take control of her own power as the illusory phantom of the small universe behind her became stable again. A moment later, a powerful aura suddenly radiated from Luo Ting he's figure. It was the aura of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. She had successfully achieved an ascension. After the ascension, she was still unfamiliar with the increased power she now possessed, so world force uncontrollably swirled around her and caused the void to look contorted. She remained seated with her legs crossed as she familiarized herself with her increased strength so that she could fully control it. The chanting slowly died down and stopped. All the Open Heaven Realm Masters of Yin Yang Cave Heaven appeared elated and proud of Luo Ting he. From now on, there would be one more 8th Order ancestor in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Although the cave heavens and paradises had always been united, there was still some competition between them. They would compare the strengths of their disciples of every generation and the numbers of 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and ancestors they had. Even if they were just slightly more powerful than the other cave heavens and paradises, the disciples would feel proud and confident when dealing with disciples from other great forces. However, Yang Kai sported an awkward expression at this moment. That was because he suddenly forgot how to sing the chant not long after he stopped doing it, though he had been chanting alongside the others for a long time just now. He could remember every syllable of the chant, but he couldn't string it together into anything meaningful for some reason. It was as though there was a mysterious power in his mind that stopped him from doing that. Since we've chanted the Myriad Law mantra together, you can be considered a part of Yin Yang Cave Heaven from now on. Yu Xiang Dai suddenly flashed a smile at her. Yang Kai arched his brow. Myriad Law mantra? It wasn't until this moment that he found out the name of the abstruse chant. Martial Peak, Chapter 4852, Sect Masters Wuqiu Ming. There are 3 great mantras in Yin Yang Cave Heaven, and the Myriad Law mantra is one of them. However, this mantra is too profound as it requires a lot of people to sing it together to be of any use. It's not harmful in any way, but it has an amazing effect on soothing one's mind, Yu Xiangdai explained. Yang Kai nodded in response. He recalled that his mind was indeed completely at ease when he sang the Myriad Law mantra just now. In any case, he was already a Yin Yang Cave Heaven son-in-law, so he was considered a member of the sect. Whether or not he chanted the Myriad Law mantra wouldn't change anything. They went on to wait for a few days more before Luo Ting he could finally gain some measure of control over her power. The sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven led a group of high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters to stand before Luo Ting he and salute her. Greetings, ancestor. Luo Ting he walked up to him and grabbed his long beard with a smile. Junior brother Zhua, we haven't met for ages. Why is your beard so long now? Zhua Qiuming's face twitched as he felt helpless in his heart. Many years had passed, but this senior sister was still as willful as ever. Only senior brother's son was able to put her in her place, but he passed away 2,000 years ago. Now, no fellow brothers of the same generation could discipline her. Furthermore, she was now an 8th Order ancestor. Ancestor Luo, my name is Wuqiu, not Zhua, the sect master refuted meekly. What's the difference? Luo Ting he patted the sect master's shoulder. However, since she had just achieved an ascension, she still couldn't fully control her power. Her pat caused Wuqiu Ming's shoulder to sink quite noticeably. The brows of the 7th Order elders behind him twitched. Luo Tinghe suddenly leaned close to him and winked. Junior brothers Hua. Where are your little lovers? Why are none of them here? In the past, you'd always walk around with several women beside you, looking quite pleased with yourself. Upon hearing that, the elders were stunned. Many people were not aware of the sect master's love affairs in the past. He always appeared solemn nowadays, and everyone respected him as the sect master. Hence, no one could have expected that he used to be a lascivious person. At this moment, they couldn't help but let their thoughts run wild after listening to what Luo Tinghe had said. A flushings which Xiaoming refuted. Please do not slander me, Ancestor Luo. I'm now the sect master of Enyang Cave Heaven, and I represent the sect's face. If these words are spread to outsiders, it will cause a misunderstanding and tarnish Enyang Cave Heaven's reputation. Luo Tinghe started counting with her fingers. Let me see. When you were 15, you were in love with senior sister Zhou, who was 3 years older than you were. Then, you fell in love with someone else. That little girl came to me and bawled her eyes out. It was quite annoying, actually. When you were 20, you got together with senior sister Zhang, who was 10 years older than you were. The relationship only lasted for a few months. Oh, after you ascended to the Emperor realm, there was Martial Aunt Tan. Zhuo Xiaoming's expression darkened as Luo Tinghe spoke, and at the mention of Martial Aunt Tan, he couldn't take it anymore as he put on a smile and cut her off by saying, You have such a good memory, senior sister, and you look just as beautiful as in the past. Luo Tinghe looked smilingly at him and gave him another pat. There you go. Why did you even call me ancestor? I wiped your backside countless times when you were a baby. Don't you think it's awkward for you to call me ancestor? Whatever you say, senior sister. Zhuo Xiaoming wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Anyways, you're an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, so you're indeed a Supreme Elder of Enyang Cave Heaven. Please come to my place when you're free, as I have to help you to go through the registration process to leave your name on the ancestral records. You'll receive the treatment that an ancestor deserves. A nonchalant Luo Tinghe replied, Fine, fine. I'll look for you when I'm free. Later. Upon finishing her words, she shuffled towards Yu Xiangdai and gave her a signal with her eyes. Then, she engulfed Yu Xiangdai with her power and left. After they were gone, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang traded glances. Respects to the ancestor. Zhuo Qiuming saluted her, and the others followed suit. All of a sudden, an elder behind him asked, You like older women, sect master? Zhuo Qiuming ran his fingers through his beard and replied impassively, Junior brother Wang, you joined the sect at a later time, so you're not aware of Ancestor Luo's temperament. You don't have to take her words seriously. Just when Junior brother Wang wanted to ask more questions, Zhuo Qiuming turned to look at Yang Kai and Chu Huashang. You two, come with me. Elder Chun, bring your disciple as well. Chen Xiu, who wasn't far away from them, bent his back. Yes. Yang Kai instantly figured out that's what Xiaoming was going to talk about the marriage with him. After the Open Heaven Realm Masters were done with witnessing Luo Tinghe's ascension, they soon left. However, this piece of exciting news would cause a sensation within Enyang Cave Heaven for quite a long time. Yang Kai took Chu Huashang's hand as they followed Zhuo Qiuming. Chen Xiu brought Tao Lingwan to follow after them, then took the initiative to say, Nephew Yang. Elder Chun. Yang Kai nodded in response, then flashed a smile at Tao Lingwan, junior sister Tao. He was not fond of Chen Xiu, but he felt a sense of shame when facing Tao Lingwan. Perhaps he knew that he was unable to give her anything and thus felt guilty. A blushing Tao Lingwan called out in a small voice, Senior brother Yang. Chu Huashang glowered at Yang Kai. I've been wondering, why are you taking advantage of her? An aggrieved Yang Kai refuted, What do you mean, taking advantage of her? Chu Huashang reasoned with him. In the sect, senior sister Tao is my senior sister, so how can you call her junior sister? Do you want to call me junior sister as well? Upon hearing that, Yang Kai was lost for words. Tao Lingwan was the one who called him senior brother first, and he just followed along. He didn't intend to take advantage of her in any way. Chu Huashang shot him another glare, then brushed past him and walked up to Tao Lingwan before taking the other woman's hand. Senior sister Tao, You have to be wary of him. He now takes advantage of you by calling you junior sister, and he might bully you in the future. If he really does that, you have to tell me about it. I'll stand up for you." With a reddened face, Tao Ling Wan hung her head low. No. It wasn't certain what she meant by that. Chu Huasheng hadn't frequently come into contact with Tao Ling Wan in the past, but she was aware that this senior sister was a bashful person. According to her observation, Tao Ling Wan was identical to Qin Qian, who served Mingru in their first reincarnation. She couldn't help but feel sympathetic towards this innocent senior sister. Presently, Chen Xiu was walking alongside Yang Kai. He turned his head to look at Chu Huasheng and Tao Ling Wan, then said with a smile, "Marshal Niece Chu is a magnanimous person. Nephew Yang, I'm not sure if you'll be the same." Yang Kai asked, "What do you mean, Elder Chen?" Chen Xiu let out a sigh. "What's the point of playing dumb, Marshal nephew? This Chen was indeed selfish previously, but I meant no harm. I understand that you have some grudges against me, and I don't intend to defend myself. However, Wanner's future hinges on you now, so I hope that you'll give this issue some serious thought. I would die with no regrets as long as she can obtain the happiness she deserves." Yang Kai frowned but didn't respond to him. Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to speak, Chen Xiu knew that the other man was resentful of him. It would only create the opposite of the desired outcome if he kept talking. A moment later, they arrived at a grand hall atop a spirit province following the sect master's lead. It was supposed to be the place where the sect master dealt with his daily business. After they were all seated, a disciple of Yin Yang Cave Heaven came over to serve tea. It was the first time Yang Kai dealt with the sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Be it the incident regarding Tao Theory Assembly or the Samsara Pavilion, this sect master of Yin Yang Cave Heaven had never shown up. Therefore, Yang Kai wasn't certain about the older man's temperament. As the sect master, it was expected that Zhuo Qiuming was stern. This was how most people who were in powerful positions behaved. He gave off a sense of authority without the need to say anything. What surprised Yang Kai was that Zhuo Qiuming suddenly rose from the chair and saluted him. A flabbergasted Yang Kai quickly stood up. "What are you doing, sect master? I don't deserve this." Zhuo Qiuming slowly straightened his back and said, "I salute you because I want to thank you on behalf of everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven for saving Ancestor Luo from the Samsara Pavilion." The person Yang Kai had saved wasn't just someone who had ascended to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, but also a talented genius who had the chance to make it to the 9th Order one day. It was profoundly meaningful to everyone in Yin Yang Cave Heaven. Yang Kai waved his hand. "It just happened by chance. I wasn't even aware that Marshal Aunt Luo was trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion. The only reason I entered the Samsara Pavilion was to look for Senior Sister Chu." As he spoke, he took a glance at Chu Huasheng. Zhuo Qiuming nodded. "I'm aware of what's going on between you and Marshal Niece Chu. It was inconsiderate of Elder Chen to do such a thing, but I hope that you'll forgive him." Yang Kai replied impassively, "Elder Chen already told me about it." He suddenly realized that Chen Xiu must have gotten permission from Yin Yang Cave Heaven's management before making such a move. In other words, Zhuo Qiuming was aware of Chen Xiu's plan at that time, but he didn't try to stop him. From his perspective, he would support anything that would save Yin Yang Cave Heaven's face, and it had nothing to do with his own honor. Now that you've brought Marshal Niece Chu out of the Samsara Pavilion, it shows that the love between you two is true. The couples who can pass the test of the Samsara Pavilion in Yin Yang Cave Heaven always become partners for life. Yang Kai said humbly, "The reason I've come to Yin Yang Cave Heaven is to marry Senior Sister Chu." Zhuo Qiuming bowed his head. "Good. Since you have the intention to get together with her, I'll not beat around the bush. So, when do you plan on marrying her?" Yang Kai replied frankly, "I haven't considered it yet. Sect Master, to be honest with you, I already have several partners that have stayed by my side for years before I met Senior Sister Chu, and I haven't married any of them yet. Now, due to various reasons, they are cultivating in a number of different places. I want to wait for them to gather together one day and marry them all at once." Zhuo Qiuming nodded. "It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. There must be a good reason why so many women have fallen in love with you. We don't stick to archaic rules in Yin Cave Heaven, and I don't really care about such personal matters. I'm sure Marshal Niece Chu wouldn't mind it either. Marshal Peak, Chapter 4853, by you? Zhuo Qiuming took a glance at Tao Lingwan and added, I'm sure Marshal Niece Tao won't mind it either. A blushing Tao Lingwan hung her head low and remained silent. Chunxiu quickly waved his hands. She definitely won't mind it. The more the merrier. After a nod, Zhuo Qiuming gazed at Yang Kai, Marshal nephew. You have the final say in when to hold the wedding. When your partners come together one day, and you happen to be free, you have to inform us earlier. We'll hold a grand wedding for you. A grateful Yang Kai cupped his fist. Many thanks, Sect Master. I will not forget this favor. Zhuo Qiuming ran his fingers through his beard. Since we're one family, you don't have to be overly polite with me. Although you come from a less desirable background, your capabilities are unrivaled among the disciples from the cave heavens and paradises of the same generation. We are fortunate to have you get married into Yin Cave Heaven. Chunxiu played along by saying, That's right. Although there are a lot of bright disciples from the cave heavens and paradises in this generation, and they will be the pillars of strength in their respective sects in the future, none of their achievements are comparable to yours, nephew Yang. Senior brother Su does have acute vision, and Marshal Niece Chu is truly lucky. Yang Kai frowned. Sect Master, I have a request when it comes to getting married into your sect. Go ahead, Zhuo Qiuming replied. It wouldn't have mattered if I were on my own. I would have been more than willing to get married into Yin Cave Heaven and rely on your sect. However, I'm sure you're aware of my situation. As the Lord of Voidland and the Palace Master of High Heaven Palace, I have to provide for hundreds of thousands of people. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for me to get married into Yin Cave Heaven. What's not appropriate about it? Zhuo Qiuming asked. Yang Kai said, Let me ask you, Sect Master. If I get married into your sect, what will happen to Voidland and High Heaven Palace? Zhuo Qiuming replied, They will become subsidiaries of Yin Cave Heaven. On the side, Chunxiu said, Nephew Yang, there are some precedents that are similar to your situation. Many of the subsidiaries of Yin Cave Heaven belong to sect masters who got married into our sect, so you don't have to worry about it. If you get married into our sect, you'll still have full control over Voidland and High Heaven Palace, and we won't interfere in any way. It's just that there's a master sect on paper. Moreover, with Yin Cave Heaven's protection, Voidland and High Heaven Palace will be safer. This is a good thing. Yang Kai shook his head. Let's put Voidland aside for now. Voidland might be fairly powerful compared to other great forces, but it's still insignificant when compared to the cave heavens and paradises. Nevertheless, High Heaven Palace is different. The world tree in the star boundary is the center of attention in the entire 3,000 worlds. The cave heavens and paradises have all set up Tao temples in the star boundary, and there are senior experts who look for disciples with excellent aptitudes in that place year-round. It's the same case for Yin Cave Heaven. If High Heaven Palace becomes a subsidiary of Yin Cave Heaven, the star boundary will be your sect's territory as well. Even if I am fine with that, the other cave heavens and paradises won't agree to it. Zhuo Qiuming said, If that's what you're worried about, you can set your mind at ease. We'll deal with it appropriately, so that the other great forces won't have any complaints. Yang Kai shook his head again. It's still inappropriate. Regardless of what Zhuo Qiuming and Chunxiu said, once Voidland and High Heaven Palace became subordinate sects of Yin Cave Heaven, there would be complications. As the leader of both sects, Yang Kai had to take their future into consideration. Moreover, he had the intention to develop Voidland or High Heaven Palace into one of the cave heavens and paradises one day. If they became Yin Cave Heaven subsidiaries, he would never achieve his goal. Zhuo Qiuming narrowed his eyes. What opinion do you have then, Marshal nephew? I wouldn't dare to say that it's an opinion, Yang Kai said humbly. He had already expected this kind of situation, so he was well prepared. What I mean is that I'm not going to get married into Yin Cave Heaven. Instead, I'll marry senior sister Chu and bring her back with me. Zhuo Qiuming arched his brow. A stunned Chunxiu gazed at Yang Kai. Nephew Yang, Even though there have been disciples of Yin Cave Heaven who married outsiders and left the sect, those were the marriages between the cave heavens and paradises. Other than the cave heavens and paradises, those who want to marry our disciples have no choice but to get married into our sect. This is the case even for common disciples, not to mention that Marshal Nishu is a noble core disciple of Yin Cave Heaven. Zhuo Qiuming nodded. Since time immemorial, the core disciples of Yin Cave Heaven have never married outsiders and left the sect. Besides our sect, it's the same case for the other cave heavens and paradises. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. If you can find such a precedent, I will agree to your request. Those who could become core disciples must have directly ascended to the 6th order open heaven realm, and they had a chance to become 8th order ancestors in their respective sects. It was expected that such disciples were treasured in the cave heavens and paradises, and these sects would never let them go. Yang Kai argued by saying, precedents can be created. Zhuo Qiuming shook his head. We won't make an exception for you, Marshal Nephew. His firm stance suggested that he wouldn't be easily persuaded by Yang Kai, who didn't expect he could do it with ease anyways. On the side, Qin Xiu asked, have you discussed this matter with Marshal Nishu before, nephew? Yang Kai shook his head as he had never mentioned this to Chu Huashang before. However, he believed that after they went through 9 reincarnations together, she would support any decisions he made. Why don't you ask Marshal Nishu about it? If she's willing to get married and leave the sect, we'll continue talking about it. There's no need for that. It wasn't that Yang Kai didn't respect Chu Huashang's opinion. However, if he really asked her about it, she would be put in a tight spot. On the one hand, there was the partner she was engaged to and had gone through 9 reincarnations with. On the other hand, there was the master sect that had nurtured her for years. Regardless of what decision she would make, her conscience would never be at ease. Sect Master. Yang Kai cupped his fist and gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. I know that there are rules in Yin Cave Heaven, and Senior Sister Chu is a noble core disciple of your sect. If she gets married and leaves the sect, it will be a huge loss for Yin Cave Heaven. On the most basic of levels, if I marry Senior Sister Chu, your sect will lose a potential 8th order open heaven realm master in the future. While Zhuo Qiuming remained silent, Qin Xiu nodded. That is indeed just one part of the picture. Yang Kai went on to say, Yin Cave Heaven will lose a potential 8th order open heaven realm master, but what if I can make sure that you'll have more 8th order open heaven realm masters in the future? Will you agree to my request then? Zhuo Qiuming's interest had been piqued. What can you do that will allow us to have more 8th order open heaven realm masters in the future? Qin Xiu raised his eyebrow and made a speculation. Is it the world tree in the star boundary? It's not the world tree. The nourishment from the world tree could indeed raise a cultivator's potential and allow them to achieve greater heights. However, that was the general trend in the 3,000 worlds. 1,000 years later, all the cave heavens and paradises would benefit from it. So Yin Cave Heaven wasn't the only one. Yang Kai gazed at Zhuo Qiuming. Sect Master, if you agree, I will tell you everything. However, if you don't agree, it's pointless for me to say anything further. Zhuo Qiuming replied with a smile. You have to make yourself clear so that I can make a judgment. Otherwise, how will I know if you're just making things up? Certainly, I wouldn't make things up when it comes to such a matter. And so, both sides fell into a deadlock. Zhuo Qiuming wanted to find out why Yang Kai had the confidence to make such a claim. On the other hand, Yang Kai wanted the sect master to agree to his terms first before he would tell him anything. Qin Xiu tried to probe him, but Yang Kai wouldn't reveal anything. This made the two leaders of Yin Cave Heaven doubt whether Yang Kai was really capable of achieving what he said. They would have run out of patience by now if Yang Kai was anyone else. However, he had just made a huge contribution by bringing 2 important disciples out of the Samsara Pavilion, so Zhuo Qiuming wouldn't be stern to him. Certainly, Qin Xiu wouldn't dare to do that as well since he still hoped there would be a proper arrangement for his disciple. He remained polite while probing the younger man. 1 hour later, Yang Kai and Chu Huashang left since both parties hadn't come to an agreement. Nevertheless, it was a good start in Yang Kai's eyes. He had already made his stance clear, and those from Yin Cave Heaven would have to slowly accept it. As Yang Kai walked alongside Chu Huashang, he suddenly asked, "Do you blame me, senior sister?" Chu Huashang turned her head and flashed a smile at him. "Blame you for not discussing the matter with me in advance." "Yes." Chu Huashang replied with a smile. "Since it happened suddenly, you didn't have time to discuss it with me." Right after they left the Samsara Pavilion, they witnessed Luo Ting's ascension. Following that, they were summoned by the sect master. As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around Yang Kai's and rested her head on his shoulder. "Honored master used to tell me that a woman has to follow her man wherever he goes. To me, it makes no difference whether you get married into Enyang Cave Heaven or bring me out of the sect. However, it's a different case for the others." She was talking about Su Yin and the others. If Yang Kai really got married into Enyang Cave Heaven, Su Yin and the others naturally had to come over as well. By then, they would be living under someone else's roof. Certainly, those from Enyang Cave Heaven wouldn't oppress them. However, if something unexpected happened one day, they might feel aggrieved. But how are you going to persuade Sect Master and the others? Since Honored Master isn't around, no one else can help you with it, Chu Huashang asked curiously. Yang Kai replied with a smile, "I'm prepared to pay a hefty price to buy you." Chu Huashang stared at him before scoffing. "You want to buy me? You will have to spend a fortune then, for I'm very expensive." "Regardless of how high the price is, I'll accept it as long as they're willing to let you go." Chu Huashang giggled. "It'll cost you an arm and a leg. You'd best be prepared." Over the following days, Yang Kai followed Chu Huashang to visit the spirit provinces in Enyang Cave Heaven and take in the sights. He had never felt more at ease as he left behind the conflicts and carnage that he had always been tangled up with over the past many years, giving him an almost surreal feel. 10 days later, 2 visitors arrived at Chu Huashang's residence. The visitors surprised Yang Kai, but it was also somewhat within his expectation. He asked with a smile, "Martial ants, are you here to persuade me?" Luo Tinghe remained as willful as ever. Although she was now an 8th Order ancestor in Enyang Cave Heaven, she still sat directly with her legs crossed on a chair and munched on a delicious spirit fruit she took out from somewhere. As she was having her snack, she said, "I'm annoyed by that brat surnamed Zhua. He insists on making me ask you what you're up to. I decided to come here since I was unable to brush him off." Martial Peak, Chapter 4854, Betrothal Gift. Yuxiang Dai followed up, "Sect Master is curious about what you've said. He wants to find out how you're going to create more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters for us." Munching sounds were heard coming from Luo Tinghe's mouth. It seemed that she was crunching the fruit pits as well. She looked as if she had been starving for a long time, and only when she was done did she speak. "Yang Kai, it's not like we're strangers, so stop beating around the bush and speak frankly." "Fine," Yang Kai nodded. Luo Tinghe went on to say, "I'll tell you about the stance of Enyang Cave Heaven first. I'm sure Zhuoboy has told you that no core disciple of Enyang Cave Heaven has ever gotten married and left the sect, and we don't intend to make an exception. So, it'll be extremely difficult for you to marry Chuer. No one in the sect will support you, and I don't agree with it either. If this precedent is set, it will be terrible news for Enyang Cave Heaven. If bright disciples can easily get married and leave the sect, we will surely suffer huge losses in the future." "I understand." Yang Kai was fully aware of this. The core disciples of the Cave Heaven and Paradises had never gotten married and left the sects lest there was a loss of talented people. The disciples they had spent so much time and effort to nurture would belong to other sects after getting married and leaving their original sects. Even if they were still concerned about their master sects, it was no longer the same. Luo Tinghe said, "As a supreme elder of Enyang Cave Heaven, I don't agree with you marrying Chuer and bringing her out of the sect. However, as your friend, I want to see you getting your wish granted. Otherwise, the success of your 9 reincarnations will be wasted. Therefore, you have to tell me what your plan is so that I can have a reason to persuade those old farts." Yuxiang Dai said, "Senior Sister Luo is now an ancestor in Enyang Cave Heaven, so she does have some influence. Usually, even if a newly advanced ancestor had some influence in their sect, it wouldn't be huge. After all, their foundation wasn't solid. so the other ancestors would have a bigger say. However, Luo Ting he was different, for she was an ancestor who had a chance to ascend to the ninth order one day. This advantage alone would allow her words to be taken seriously by others. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai nodded. Since both of you have said so, I'll stop hiding anything. He had already intended to talk to Luo Tinghe about this. The reason he hid it from Zhuo Qiuming some time ago was that he wanted to arouse the curiosity of Yinyang Cave Heaven's leaders. Besides Su Linggong, Yang Kai was most familiar with Yu Xiangdai. Now, there was also Luo Tinghe. Sect Masters Zhuo Qiuming and Elder Qin Xiu were unable to get a clear reply from Yang Kai, so they had to rely on Luo Tinghe to probe the young man. In fact, Yang Kai had been waiting for Luo Tinghe or Yu Xiangdai to show up for the past few days. With the two of them as go-betweens, Yang Kai could finally reveal his plan. Martial Ant Luo, have you heard of the World Tree in the Star Boundary? Yang Kai asked. Luo Tinghe didn't understand what their discussion today had to do with the World Tree, but she still nodded. I've heard about it from junior sister Yu. You've done a great job as it's a huge contribution for the entire 3,000 worlds. In fact, I had heard rumors regarding the World Tree before, but I've never seen it with my own eyes. I'm ready to go over and have a look. Martial Ant, you've just ascended to the 8th order. If you can cultivate around the World Tree, it will help with stabilizing your foundation. After the matter here is settled, I'll head to the Star Boundary with you. Yang Kai ended this topic, then continued, the nourishment from the World Tree allows the cultivators living in the Star Boundary to gain immense benefits. Over the years, a lot of young people with excellent aptitudes have emerged in the Star Boundary. The power of the World Tree also allows cultivators to have a brighter future than what they originally could have achieved. He went on to say, in the past, those who could directly ascend to the 6th order would be core disciples in the cave heaven and paradises, but there wouldn't be a lot of them. It was even rarer for anyone to directly ascend to the 7th order. However, with the nourishment from the World Tree, the future of the martial Tao in the entire 3,000 worlds will only get better. In the future, when the first batch of cultivators who have gained the benefits mature, there will be many who will directly ascend to the 6th order. When the second batch of beneficiaries come of age, perhaps there will be a lot of people who can directly ascend to the 7th order. Yu Xiangdai nodded. Since you've been busy dealing with your affairs in the past years, you might not be aware of it yet. The power of the World Tree's nourishment has already manifested. Some of the disciples from the cave heaven and paradises who were sent to the Star Boundary have shown signs that they will be able to directly ascend to the 6th order. All of the cave heaven and paradises had set up Tao temples in the Star Boundary. Inside those Tao temples, there were also disciples who were taken on in the Star Boundary, but most of the disciples were sent to this place from the cave heaven and paradises. Most of these disciples were children, but there were also some established cultivators. Having said that, these established cultivators were far from the open heaven realm as they were generally below the Tao source realm. That was because the lower the cultivation and the younger a person was, the greater the benefits they would get from the World Tree's nourishment. If they had condensed their Tao seal and ascended to the open heaven realm, it would be useless to head to the Star Boundary in terms of increasing their aptitude. It had been several hundred years since the World Tree in the Star Boundary became known to the public. There was ample time for the first batch of disciples to grow up. None of them had ascended to the open heaven realm yet. However, many people had condensed their Tao seals, so it was just a matter of time before they broke through. The firmness of their Tao seals and the orders of the resources they had refined would determine how far they could go when ascending to the open heaven realm. In the past, all the cave heaven and paradises treated their core disciples like treasures. Nevertheless, in the future, there would be more people who could directly ascend to the 6th order, and that number would only continue to grow. It was because of this benefit that those from Thousand Cranes Paradise were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai. Otherwise, they wouldn't have easily let Yang Kai off for killing Zhuo Qianhui. Certainly, the fact that Zhuo Qianhui had betrayed Thousand Cranes Paradise first had allowed them to have room to save the situation. Otherwise, even if they were willing to reconcile with Yang Kai, they would still have had to kill him for the sake of their reputation. If that had happened, Voidland and the Star Boundary wouldn't have been able to bear the consequences. The first batch of cultivators had already obtained immense benefits, so the children who were born and grew up in the star boundary would be the second batch of beneficiaries. Some of them might be able to directly ascend to the seventh order because they were younger, which allowed them to get even more benefits from the world tree's nourishment. Things would only get better for the third batch, the fourth batch, and so on. All of the cave heaven and paradises were looking forward to that bright future. The fact that Star Boundary was an open heaven realm cradle had spread across all corners of the 3,000 worlds. Those from the cave heavens and paradises also regarded the world tree in the Star Boundary as the most valuable treasure in the universe. As such, a lot of high-rank open heaven realm masters were stationed in the Star Boundary all year round to monitor and protect it. One day, there will be a lot of 6th Order and 7th Order open heaven realm masters in Inyang Cave Heaven. Those disciples need a lot of materials when trying to break through, and it will require even more when they begin to cultivate. Yang Kai gazed at Luo Tinghe. I know that given Inyang Cave Heaven's heritage that has been accumulated over countless years, you must have a lot of materials in reserve that are ready to be used at any moment. However, your sect's reserves can probably satisfy the needs of the disciples who are trying to break through right now. But can it support the exponential growth of the people who will directly ascend to the 6th Order and 7th Order in the near future? Even if you have enough reserves for the time being, how long can they last? Luo Tinghe shook her head. I've just left the Samsara Pavilion, so I'm not sure about it. Yu Xiangdai, on the other hand, frowned. I know little about it as well. Those valuable materials are controlled by a supreme elder. However, I've heard the sect master mention that the reserve of strategic materials leaves much to be desired. He especially wants us to look for more yin and yang element materials that are in the 6th Order and above. Obviously, he has expected what will soon happen in the Star Boundary. When the sect master mentioned valuable materials, there was no doubt that he was talking about yin and yang element materials, especially ones in the 6th Order and 7th Order, which were the rarest of all. When an open heaven realm master cultivated, they could use materials of lower orders or open heaven pills. However, those precious materials were required when trying to make the initial breakthrough to the open heaven realm. In the past, Yang Kai had spent a lot of time and effort in order to look for a 7th ordering element material, but he never achieved his goal in the end, which went to show that these precious materials were extremely rare and couldn't even be bought with money. I'm sure that the other cave heavens and paradises can also see things that the sect master is able to see. I dare say that all the cave heaven and paradises are now scrambling to collect 6th and 7th Order yin and yang element materials. Yu Xiangdai put on a bitter smile. They don't just scramble to get 6th Order and 7th Order yin and yang element materials. Because of the good fortune divine furnace, they are collecting all yin and yang element materials regardless of the orders. Other than yin and yang element materials, it's the same case for materials of the 5 elements that are of higher orders. These days, the prices of yin and yang element materials have risen by 10 or 20%. The good fortune divine furnace was an incredible treasure as it could potentially turn a lot of low-order materials into high-order ones. In the past, 2nd Order and 3rd Order yin and yang element materials were practically useless. However, if they were dumped into the good fortune divine furnace, they could be turned into 3rd Order and 4th Order materials, which would be useful. Now, you can't even find yin and yang element materials that are above the 4th Order on the market. Yang Kai nodded. It seems that all the cave heavens and paradises are getting prepared. Nevertheless, regardless of how they try to collect those materials, there will still be a lack when they need to use them. What are you trying to say? Luo Tinghe still hadn't figured out Yang Kai's intention after such a long time. They were talking about marriage, so why did he mention cultivation materials all of a sudden? With a solemn expression, Yang Kai said, I'm willing to offer 1,000 6th Order and 100 7th Order sets of yin and yang element materials as a betrothal gift. So, I hope that those from Inyang Cave Heaven will allow me to marry Senior Sister Chu at an appropriate time. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that. The astounded ladies gazed at Yang Kai and thought that they had misheard him. Although Luo Tinghe had been trapped inside the Samsara Pavilion for 2,000 years, and she knew little about the current affairs in the 3,000 worlds, she was aware that the figures that Yang Kai had just brought up were astonishing. She couldn't help but turn to look at Yu Xiangdai and ask, Xiao Dai, there must be something wrong with my ears after I was trapped for such a long time. What did young boy just say? Yu Xiangdai appeared to be dumbfounded, but upon hearing her senior sister's words, she subconsciously replied, he said he would offer 1006th order and 107th order sets of yin and yang element materials as his betrothal gift. Marshall Peak, Chapter 4855. No problem. Sold. Luo Ting he landed her palm on the armrest. She was so forceful that the armrest directly turned into dust. Senior sister. Yu Xiangdai was torn between tears and laughter. They were talking about marriage, not an auction. Why did her senior sister even say it like that? With that said, she was still stunned by the figures that Yang Kai had brought up. 1006th order and 107th order yin and yang element materials were worth countless open heaven pills. In fact, 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials often couldn't be bought with open heaven pills, not to mention that those were a staggering number of strategic resources given the current situation in the world. There was no doubt that even yin-yang cave heaven didn't have so many materials. It could be said that this kind of fortune was tempting enough for all the cave heavens and paradises. With these resources in possession, those from yin-yang cave heaven wouldn't have to worry about the ascension of their disciples for the next 1,000 years at least. Yu Xiangdai soon came to her senses. Is this the way you're able to help create more 8th order open heaven realm masters for yin-yang cave heaven that you've mentioned to the sect master? Yang Kai replied with a smile, With so many resources in possession, coupled with the world tree's nourishment in the star boundary, a lot of disciples who could directly ascend to the 6th order and the 7th order would emerge in yin-yang cave heaven. These people would have the potential to slowly make it to the 8th order. Yang Kai was unable to create more 8th order open heaven realm masters directly, for he was only a 6th order open heaven realm master. However, the resources he had mentioned were necessary for creating 8th order open heaven realm masters. In comparison, it wasn't unacceptable to let Chu Huashang marry Yang Kai. A precedent could be created as long as he was willing to pay a good enough price. When the leaders of yin-yang cave heaven heard about this news, they would give it a serious thought. Where did you get so many 6th order and 7th order yin and yang element materials? Disbelief was written all over Yu Xiangdai's face. She knew a thing or two about the situation in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. Even though the new Great Territory was mysterious, it couldn't possibly give Yang Kai so many good things. She soon realized something after asking the question, the chaotic, dead territory. If there was anywhere in the world that was abundant in yin and yang element materials, it had to be the chaotic, dead territory. That was the battlefield where the sun's burning light and moon's serene glimmer unendingly clashed with each other. The war had been ongoing for countless years, so an unimaginable number of yin and yang element materials must have been created. However, it was extremely dangerous in the chaotic, dead territory. Even the 8th order ancestor, who had been keeping guard in front of the territory gate, could only enter the periphery temporarily, and his life would be at risk if he stayed too long. Yu Xiangdai had never entered the chaotic dead territory before. The 8th order ancestor who was guarding the chaotic dead territory was from a different cave heaven, but he wasn't stationed there forever. The cave heavens and paradises would take turns sending their ancestors to that place, so an ancestor from yin-yang cave heaven had been there as well. According to the ancestor, he had tried entering the chaotic dead territory and seen a lot of yellow and blue crystals from afar. The fluctuations coming from the crystals suggested that they were the yin and yang element materials that people craved. However, he was unable to obtain them because he wasn't powerful enough. That remained a regret in his heart. After Yang Kai followed the giant spirit god to enter the chaotic dead territory, everyone thought that he was doomed to die. The cave heavens and paradises were already astounded that he was able to leave the chaotic dead territory safely, so no one could have expected that he had gained a lot of benefits from that place. Since Yang Kai was able to offer 1006th order and 107th order yin and yang element materials, it suggested that he had obtained a lot more than that from the chaotic dead territory. Yu Xiangdai thought that he might have even gotten several dozen times more than he was offering. However, She had no idea that the rewards Yang Kai had acquired from the chaotic, dead territory were simply incalculable. 1006th Order and 107th Order Yin and Yang element materials were like a mere drop in the ocean to him. To put it bluntly, given his wealth now, he could make everyone go mad by leaking out a bit of what he possessed. In the chaotic dead territory, Yang Kai didn't deny it. Since he was able to offer so many valuable materials, anyone who wasn't a fool was able to figure out where he obtained them. There was no way he could hide it. You've been to the chaotic dead territory? Luo Ting, he was astonished. How did you even survive? It's a long story. Yang Kai recalled the time he spent dealing with Big Brother Huang and Big Sister Lan in the chaotic dead territory, a somewhat shameful experience he'd rather not look back on. It wasn't like he could tell others that he had been playing games with those two for years, which was how he survived and acquired a large sum of wealth. Swiftly changing the topic, he asked, Martial Aunt Luo, you said it was a deal. Does that mean that you think my plan is feasible? It's totally feasible. Luo Ting, he nodded repeatedly. I can't even contain the urge to agree to it right now. However, Chuer's matter is important to the sect, so I'll have to discuss it with those old farts. Regardless, you don't have to worry about it. I'm sure I can reason with them since you're able to offer so many precious materials. Many thanks for the help, Martial Aunt Luo. Yang Kai saluted her. Good, I'll go over to persuade them now. Wait for me here. Upon finishing her words, Luo Ting, he directly dashed out of the place. Yu Xiang Dai put on a helpless smile and shook her head as she watched Luo Ting he leave. Then, she turned to Yang Kai and said, You don't have to worry about it since you've shown enough sincerity. I would have been tempted if I were one of the sect's managers. Rules are dead, and they can be broken at an appropriate time. Moreover, with senior sister Luo around, I'm sure she'll be able to persuade them. She paused for a moment. Also, you've made a huge contribution to Inyang Cave Heaven by bringing senior sister out of the Samsara Pavilion. Even if they have nothing to give you to express their gratitude, there's no reason for them to make things difficult for you. It would be good if everything goes well, Yang Kai nodded. And, just wait here. I'm sure a decision will be made soon, Yu Xiangdai said, then left as she didn't want to keep bothering them. As expected, a decision was soon made. Luo Ting, he came over again the next day. Chu Huashang had already prepared a lot of Luo Ting, his favorite spirit fruits, and swiftly served them to her. Instead of eating, though, Luo Ting, he frowned with a worried expression. Upon seeing that, Yang Kai felt his chest tightening as he had a feeling that things didn't go as he had hoped. Forcefully calming himself down, he asked, Martial Aunt Luo, has a decision been made? After letting out a sigh, Luo Ting, he looked apologetically at Yang Kai. I've done my best, but those old farts are too obstinate. I'm not their match. Instantly, Chu Huashang's face turned pale. Yang Kai took her hand and gave her a comforting look before saying, Why aren't the ancestors agreeing to it? Do they have other demands? Please tell me, Martial Aunt. I won't refuse as long as I am able to comply. That's what he said. Luo Ting, he looked up at him with a smile. You also heard it, Chuer. I didn't force him in any way. You'll be the witness and make sure that he won't go back on his word. Yang Kai and Chu Huashang were stunned. They initially thought that it was a terrible outcome, but they were not so certain about it now upon seeing Luo Ting he's expression. Chu Huashang quickly went over to stand behind Luo Ting he and began massaging her shoulders. In an obedient manner, she asked, Martial Aunt, what was the reply from the elders? Please tell us. Luo Ting he smiled and teased her. Are you in a rush to get married? You're already taking your man's side when the matter isn't even settled yet. A frank Chu Huashang replied, To a woman, the most important thing is to find the right man. Don't you agree? After giving it a thought, Luo Ting he nodded in agreement. You have a point. Don't worry. How could the matter not be settled when I was the one persuading them? Although the old farts had some scruples, I managed to win them over in the end. An elated Chu Huashang asked, Are you serious? Why would I lie to you about it? Luo Ting he picked up a spirit fruit and stuffed it into her mouth before speaking in a muffled voice. The main reason is that Yang Kai has shown enough sincerity by offering an incredible betrothal gift. For such a price, forget about you. Those old farts would even agree to let him marry me. Of course, that was completely impossible. For Luo Ting, he had a chance to ascend to the top ninth order open heaven realm one day. Such a person wouldn't just be a pillar of strength in Enyang Cave Heaven in the future, but its very foundation. Regardless of what was offered, those from Enyang Cave Heaven would never let her go. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a slight headache, but he still said gratefully, "Many thanks for your assistance, Martial Ant." Luo Ting, he waved her hand. "There's no need to thank me yet. Although the old farts have agreed to it, they still have a demand. If you can't fulfill it, you won't be able to bring Chewer with you. Please tell me, Martial Ant." Luo Ting, he went on to say with a smile, "In any case, this isn't really a disadvantage to you. The decision-makers have agreed to let you marry Chewer, but there's a caveat. With it being a buy-one-get-one free deal, Enyang Cave Heaven will actually be suffering a loss." Chu Huashang, who was giving her a massage, froze for a moment before coming to her senses. "Senior Sister Tao." Luo Ting, he nodded. It's that brat Chen Xiao who messed everything up. He doesn't deserve to be a master after doing something so harmful to his disciple." If Yang Kai hadn't left his aura inside Tao Ling Wan's small universe by lending her a hand when she was suffering from cultivation dissonance, there would have been room to maneuver. However, Tao Ling Wan's life or death now hinged on Yang Kai, and no one could do anything to change that. All this happened because of Chen Xiao's plan. Even though his intention was to resolve the embarrassing situation that Enyang Cave Heaven was in, and he was well-meaning in that regard, it only led to an even more embarrassing situation. Worse yet, despite his wrongdoing, it was his disciple who had to bear the consequences. At that instant, Yang Kai didn't know how to reply. He had been trying to avoid this problem as he wanted to settle the matter regarding Chu Huashang first. However, he hadn't expected that those from Enyang Cave Heaven wanted to resolve the issues pertaining to Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan at the same time. Just then, Chu Huashang directly made a decision for him. "Deal." A speechless Yang Kai asked, "Don't you have to ask for my opinion first?" He could still explain himself to Su Yin and the others if he brought Chu Huashang back. After all, they were aware of Chu Huashang's existence and what had happened during the Dao Theory Assembly. However, how was he going to come up with an explanation if Tao Lingwan tagged along? Yu Ru Ming and Shanqing Luo would probably skin him alive. Chu Huashang pretended that she hadn't heard him as she continued giving Luo Ting a massage and said with a smile, "However, please tell the ancestors that Senior Sister Tao is not some freebie. Junior Brother will also offer 1006th Order and 107th Order sets of Yin and Yang element materials as her betrothal gift. Senior Sister Tao and I will then marry him at the same time." Upon finishing her words, she turned to look at Yang Kai. "Can you do it?" Yang Kai braced himself to reply in a voice filled with tragic resolve. "Fine, no problem." Martial Peak. Chapter 4856, You Can Eat Us Together. The matter was decided just like that. Yang Kai had to offer 2006th Order and 207th Order sets of Yin Yang element materials as betrothal gifts, and he would be allowed to marry 2 disciples from Enyang Cave Heaven at an appropriate time. Chen Xiao was grateful to Chu Huashang for her magnanimity. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all. As an inner elder of Enyang Cave Heaven, he was aware of some insider information. Moreover, he was the one who persuaded the ancestors to make marrying Tao Ling one of the conditions. Certainly, he was doing all this for his disciple's future. After all, Tao Ling Wan's small universe had been marked by Yang Kai's aura. Without him, she would never be able to make it to the 7th Order, and she would be at risk of losing her life at any moment. Chu Huashang's magnanimity had saved Tao Ling Wan from that fate and allowed the 2 of them to stand on an equal footing. The fact that 2 6th Order disciples would get married and leave the sect sometime in the future couldn't be hidden. When the news was spread, everyone in Enyang Cave Heaven was shocked. However, upon learning the price that Yang Kai had offered as his betrothal gift, they were even more astounded. 2006th Order and 207th Order sets of Yin Yang element materials. Such an amount was unimaginably immense. Those materials were more than enough to be the betrothal gifts for Yang Kai to marry two disciples. Outside Yin Cave Heaven, goodbyes were being said. Yang Kai had to return to the star boundary. Back then, after he left the star boundary, he headed to Langya Paradise to make a scene. After that, he followed giant spirit god Air to enter the chaotic dead territory where he would be trapped for decades. Then, he went on to stay in the Samsara Pavilion in Yin Cave Heaven for more than 130 years. It was time he headed back to the star boundary. Since the matter in Yin Cave Heaven had been resolved, he was now prepared to cultivate in seclusion to achieve a breakthrough to the seventh order open heaven realm. Certainly, Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan would tag along. Tao Lingwan was at risk of suffering from cultivation dissonance at any moment, so she had to follow Yang Kai. Because of the world tree, Luo Ting, he was ready to visit the star boundary to take a look at one of the rarest treasures in the universe. Moreover, she had just ascended to the eighth order open heaven realm, so if she could cultivate beside the world tree, she might reap some unexpected benefits. Thus, the four of them left together. Chen Xiu and Yu Xiangdai saw them off. Feng Chengxi, who was Chen Xiu's disciple, had also come over. Marshal niece Chu, Marshal nephew Yang, I'm sorry for everything that I've done. Please forgive me and accept my apology. Upon finishing his words, Chen Xiu saluted Yang Kai and Chu Huashang with a sincere attitude. As a senior in the sect, it was very sincere of him to offer an apology to two juniors. Yang Kai was initially resentful, but after giving it a thought, he realized that no serious harm had been caused. So he lifted his hand and said, "It's all in the past, Marshal Uncle Chen." Chen Xiu took a glance at Tao Lingwan and sighed. Perhaps I've overly doted on Wanner by always keeping her by my side. She's an innocent girl who has never seen the outside world. Please take care of her from now on, Marshal nephew, Marshal niece. If she makes a mistake, you can punish her appropriately. Chu Huashang wrapped her arm around Tao Lingwan's and replied with a smile, Don't worry, Marshal Uncle Chun. Senior sister Tao is an obedient girl. I'm sure junior brother will be fond of her. Why would he ever punish her? Am I right, junior brother? Yang Kai nodded. I'll not let junior sister suffer any grievances. Chun Xiu then said to Tao Lingwan, Wanner, you have to listen to your future husband from now on and must never do anything to bring shame to him or yourself. You have to stay by your husband's side. If I find out that you've done anything to betray him or the master sect, I'll not forgive you. Tao Lingwan's eyes were red and drenched in tears. With her head hung low, she replied, Yes, honored master. I'll never forget your teachings. She had always lived in Yin Cave Heaven since she was a child. Although she was now a sixth order open heaven realm master, she had never left the master sect before, nor had she not been by her honored master's side for any extended period of time. After she left the sect this time, it wasn't certain when she would be able to return, which was why she was melancholic. The 3,000 worlds was expansive, so they might not even meet each other again in the future. Go now. Chen Xiu jerked his head to the side. Feng Chengxi cupped his fist. Please take good care of yourself, senior sister. Tao Lingwan was no longer able to hold back her tears. She slowly fell on her knees and kowtowed in front of Chen Xiu 3 times. Honored master, I'll never forget the fact that you were the one who raised me. Go now. Chen Xiu waved his hand and repeated. A worried Tao Lingwan said to Feng Chengxi, Junior brother, you must take good care of honored master. Feng Chengxi nodded. Don't worry about it, senior sister. Let's go now. Stop dilly-dallying. Luo Ting he shouted at them from the deck as she was eager to set off on her journey. She was deathly curious about the world tree. Yang Kai took a glance at the ship, then cupped his fist at Chen Xiu and Yu Xiangdai. You don't have to see us off, Marshal Uncle, Marshal Aunt. Farewell. Be careful out there. Yu Xiangdai replied with a smile. After leading the two ladies to enter the ship, Yang Kai activated his power and drove the vessel towards the void. They soon disappeared from everyone's sight. Chen Xiu and Yu Xiangdai watched the ship leave. A moment later, Yu Xiangdai turned her head and said, Why are you still crying when you're a grown man? Others will laugh at you. A flushing Chen Xiu remained silent. Yu Xiangdai said to Feng Chengxi, "Take care of your master." "Yes," Feng Chengxi replied. Unable to take it anymore, Chen Xiu refuted, "Don't listen to your martial aunt's drivel. I'm fine." In a dispassionate manner, Yu Xiangdai said, "Now that Wanner has left the sect and headed to another place, I wonder whether she will be oppressed. Yang Kai is an upright man, so I believe he won't mistreat her. However, he has several partners. A woman driven by jealousy is capable of anything. I'm worried that Wanner won't be a match for them. She will be in a pitiful state if no one can stand up for her." Chen Xiu stopped in his tracks as his eyes reddened again. He almost couldn't contain the urge to race after Tao Lingwan. On the other hand, Yu Xiangdai laughed spiritedly and took off. Chen Xiu glowered at her figure, but there was nothing he could do. Everything looked novel to Tao Lingwan, who had never left the master sect before. While she still hadn't recovered from the sadness for having to leave her home, she was also engulfed in a sense of anxiety. Fortunately, Chu Huashang was there to keep her company. A few days later, she finally settled her nerves. Since Yang Kai was the one driving the ship, the ladies didn't have to worry about anything. Luo Ting he never showed up as she had to cultivate in her room to consolidate her 8th order open heaven realm cultivation. Chu Huashang thus led Tao Lingwan to see Yang Kai. The former was completely at ease while the latter hung her head bashfully, seemingly not daring to look Yang Kai in the eyes. It was as though another person had stood in front of Yang Kai and gotten struck by that fatal attack in his stead in the first life instead of this woman before his eyes. Yang Kai looked curiously at them. "Husband," there was a tinge of slyness behind Chu Huashang's eyes as she saluted the man. Her voice was as pleasant as the morning breeze. A speechless Yang Kai pressed his palm against his forehead. Before he could say anything, a slightly trembling Tao Lingwan also saluted him. Upon summoning all her courage, she called out in a small voice, "Husband." Yang Kai shot Chu Huashang a glare, as though he was questioning what she had done. Given Tao Lingwan's temperament, she wouldn't have taken the initiative to call him husband without significant prodding. Chu Huashang must have encouraged her to do so before this. Tao Lingwan was a naive girl, so she could be fooled easily. Pretending to not see his expression, Chu Huashang spoke in a sweet voice, "Husband, do you want to eat me first, or would you prefer senior sister Tao?" Upon hearing that, Yang Kai almost couldn't stop himself from coughing up blood. On the other hand, Tao Lingwan widened her eyes and gazed at Yang Kai in horror. Disbelief was written all over her face, as though she had just heard something inconceivable. A mischievous Chu Huashang went on to say in a charming tone, "You can also eat us together." "Stop messing around." Yang Kai chided her with a straight face. In an instant, Chu Huashang pouted in protest. Ignoring her, Yang Kai turned to look at Tao Lingwan, but he didn't know what to say. A lot of accidents happened during his visit to Yinyang Cave Heaven, but there was no doubt that Tao Lingwan was the biggest surprise. Although Chu Huashang had made a decision for him to also offer the same betrothal gift to bring her away, he wasn't ready to face this bashful and timid woman just yet. They were not familiar with each other as they didn't come into contact frequently in the past. Moreover, she wasn't as approachable as Chu Huashang. "Wanner, can I call you that?" Yang Kai said after giving it a thought. Just like what Chu Huashang had said, Tao Lingwan was her senior sister while she called Yang Kai junior brother. It would be a mess if Yang Kai called Tao Lingwan junior sister. Tao Lingwan nodded almost imperceptibly. "We haven't known each other for long, and we're not familiar with one another, but that's fine. We'll have ample time to grow closer. As for this engagement, you can give it a serious thought. If you regret it one day—" "I'll never regret it." Tao Lingwan suddenly summoned her courage and interrupted Yang Kai, staring him straight in the eye with unexpected fortitude. Upon coming to her senses, though, she quickly hung her head low again and whispered, I'll not regret it." Yang Kai nodded. "It's me who has said something wrong. You can learn more about me through senior sister Chu or your own observation. We're still young after all, so there's no need to rush things. If you miss your master and junior brother one day, just tell me about it, and I'll ask someone to send you back to Yinyang Cave Heaven. Since it's your master sect, you two can go back to visit as you please. He then added, also, if you realize that you're about to suffer from cultivation dissonance, you have to tell me quickly. You must not try to deal with it on your own. As Yang Kai continued to say caring words to her, Tao Ling Wan nodded repeatedly and became less nervous. All of a sudden, Yang Kai stopped speaking and frowned. The perceptive Chu Huashang noticed that there was something wrong with him, so she asked anxiously, what happened? Yang Kai tried to sense it for a moment before shaking his head. I have no idea. I just feel a sense of unease all of a sudden. A sense of unease? Chu Huashang arched her brow. To a powerful sixth-order, open heaven realm master like Yang Kai, it wasn't a good sign to feel a sense of uneasiness. That might signal that something bad was about to happen. Perhaps I was just imagining it, Yang Kai pondered. You must not be negligent. Chu Huashang said seriously. Examine yourself carefully. I'll also help. Yang Kai nodded. A moment later, though, they still hadn't discovered anything wrong, as though the sense of unease just now was just an illusion. It was not impossible. Although a powerful cultivator had a sensitive perception, it wouldn't be correct every time. Martial Peak, Chapter 4857, A Sense of Unease. As Chu Huashang led Tao Lingwan to leave, Yang Kai could faintly hear Tao Lingwan speaking in a hushed and terrified tone. Junior Sister Chu, does husband really eat humans?
Yes.
To make things worse, Chu Huashang took the other woman's hand and spoke in a grim tone. He'll eat your hands first as the flesh is delicate. Then, he'll go on to eat your arms and stomach. Upon hearing that, Tao Lingwan instantly turned pale. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a sigh as he was worried that Tao Lingwan wouldn't be able to bear Chu Huashang's cheekiness. The ship continued to move forward. It would take them several months before they could reach the star boundary. If Yang Kai were on his own, he could have used space principles to speed up the journey. However, he was unable to do that as he had 3 ladies with him. He wouldn't be able to endure taking 3 people with him using space principles for an extended period of time. In any case, he didn't mind spending a few months heading home. While they were on the road, Yang Kai would refine open heaven pills when he was free. Even if he never cultivated, his heritage would still continue to grow due to the living beings and small stone race in his small universe. Nevertheless, the cultivation process of an open heaven realm master was dull and required time and accumulation. The saying, many little drops make an ocean, would best describe the process. A few days later, when Yang Kai was refining open heaven pills, he furrowed his brows all of a sudden. The sense of uneasiness swept over him again, which alerted him. He already had this kind of feeling a few days ago, but he couldn't discover anything wrong after examining himself, so he thought that it was just his imagination. However, it didn't seem to be the case now. With the same feeling striking him for the second time, it couldn't be an illusion. He examined himself again, but didn't discover any problems. As he scanned the surroundings using his divine sense, he also couldn't detect the presence of any threats. This puzzled him as he had no idea where the sense of uneasiness came from. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai left his room and arrived at another. Then, he knocked on the door. The door was soon opened. Upon entering the room, Yang Kai saw that Luo Ting he was seated with her legs crossed. It seemed that she was cultivating just now when she was interrupted. What's wrong? Why are you here instead of keeping your future wives company? Luo Ting he looked curiously at him. Yang Kai nodded and told her about his worries. Upon hearing that, Luo Ting he frowned. When was the last time you were struck by that feeling? Yang Kai replied, 3 days ago. I'll have a look. Luo Ting he extended her hand and placed her fingers on his wrist. The next moment, a gentle force streamed into his body and thoroughly inspected everything. However, Luo Ting he was unable to discover anything as well. After retracting her hand, she said, there's nothing wrong with your body. Has anything happened to your small universe? Yang Kai shook his head. That's what puzzles me. I've examined my small universe as well, and there's no problem with it. With the world spring around, his small universe was basically impenetrable. Unless he passed away, there would never be any problems with his small universe. Moreover, he really never found anything upon examining his small universe. Luo Tinghe frowned and fell into her thoughts for a moment before saying, "If it's not your own problem, something might have happened to the people closest to you. Two people could have their hearts connected when they're close enough. When one person falls into danger, the other person will sense it regardless of where they are." Yang Kai's expression changed. If what Luo Tinghe had said was true, could Su Yin have fallen into danger? Although he had several partners, Su Yin was the only one whose heart was connected to his. After all, they had become closely knitted after they cultivated the same secret art when they were very young. Shanqing Luo and the others were not comparable to her in this regard. However, Su Yin was supposed to be in the ancestral land where only the other divine spirits could pose a threat to her, especially the Kuan clan members. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai realized that this was highly unlikely. The current clan members were resentful of the Dragon clan, but they were actually on good terms with the Phoenix clan. Furthermore, Su Yin possessed the source of a fallen Phoenix Empress. Those from 4 Phoenix Pavilion would die to protect her. Even if the Kuan clan members wanted to harm Su Yin, Hong Hu and the others would never allow it to happen. The Phoenix clan was extremely powerful in the ancestral land, so the Kuan clan members couldn't easily pose a threat to them. Should I head to the ancestral land? Yang Kai was hesitant. He felt that his road to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was becoming a bumpy one. He had already intended to achieve a breakthrough to the 7th Order many years ago, but he had kept putting it off due to various reasons. Certainly, he could make a detour to the Shattered Heaven and head to the ancestral land, but that would take a lot of time. Furthermore, he believed that with the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion, Su Yin and the others wouldn't be in danger. However, why had he repeatedly felt a sense of uneasiness if it wasn't because of Su Yin? Luo Tinghe was unable to give him a definitive answer. After Yang Kai returned to his room, he tried to focus on cultivating, but to no avail. Instead of dissipating, the sense of uneasiness became worse. Something must have gone wrong. He fell into his thoughts as the faces of the people from Void Land and High Heaven Palace went through his mind, but he eliminated them one by one. All of a sudden, he thought of a possibility thanks to Luo Tinghe's reminder. She said that the reason he felt a sense of uneasiness was that something had happened to the people closest to him. The first person that came into Yang Kai's mind was Su Yin. However, he soon realized that Su Yin wasn't the only one who was close to him. To be precise, there were 9 people who couldn't really be considered to be close to him, but did have their lives tied to his. He quickly fished out the loyalty list from his small universe and opened it. The name, Chen Tianfei, which was written in blood, was on the first page. The real name of Fatty Chen Tian was Chen Tianfei. However, due to his rotund figure, those who were not familiar with him thought that his name was really Fatty. In fact, he was the one who offered the loyalty list to Yang Kai. As the first person who left his name on the loyalty list, his name, Chen Tianfei, was naturally on the first page. He He, whose real name was Du Wenhong, was on the second page. Back then, when Yang Kai led Lu Shui and Guazi Yin to look for the star boundary, they were hunted down by He He. Left with no choice, Yang Kai let Lu Shui consume a mid-rank world fruit, which allowed her to ascend to the 5th Order Open Heaven realm, so she would have the capital to go against him. Eventually, they subdued He He with difficulty and made him leave his name on the loyalty list. Yun Xinghua was on the 3rd page. He was the leader of Blood Swan Continent, where Guazi Yan's daughter once lived. Since Yang Kai needed a new subordinate at that time, he decided to make him leave his name on the loyalty list. Of all the 9 people on the loyalty list, Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua were the weakest as they were only in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. Because of that, Chen Tianfei was once worried that Yang Kai would abandon him. It wasn't until Yang Kai told him to take care of the small stone race members in the small stone world that he set his mind at ease. Maozhe was on the 4th page, Gung Qing was on the 5th page, and Zhouyu was on the 6th page. All 3 mountain lords of profound Yang Mountain from Shadowless Cave Heaven were in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Maozhe was the most powerful among them, as he was just 1 step away from the 7th Order. Although Gung Qing and Zhouyu were slightly weaker, they had remained in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm for a long time and were strong in their own right. There were initially 4 mountain lords in profound Young Mountain. However, the second mountain lord, Yun Feibai, had offended the proprietress, which was why Yang Kai decided to kill him. Because of that, Mao Zhe and the others were resentful of Yang Kai. When Mao Zhe left his name on the loyalty list, Yang Kai could see that the other man was still eager to get his revenge. Nevertheless, after so many years, these 3 had probably stopped thinking about avenging Yun Feibai's death. Yang Kai had killed more than 1 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master already, so even if Mao Zhe managed to ascend to the 7th Order, he still wouldn't be a match for Yang Kai. He would certainly humiliate himself if he still wanted to get his revenge despite knowing that he couldn't defeat Yang Kai. Huigu was on the 7th page. Just like Mao Zhe and the others, he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. Huigu had made a huge contribution when they were dealing with Zuoquan Hui and the others on Prison Star. There was nothing unusual with the first 7 pages, which suggested that these 7 people were still alive and kicking. However, Yang Kai's pupils contracted when he turned to the 8th page. That was because the name Xian Pong had disappeared without him knowing. When he turned to the last page, he saw that the name Luan Baifeng had also vanished, just like he had expected. The loyalty list had an eerie effect. The person who possessed the loyalty list had full control over the life or death of the people who had left their names on it. If the owner of the loyalty list passed away, the people whose names were on the list would lose their lives as well. The fact that 2 names had disappeared from the loyalty list suggested that something had happened to them. In other words, Xian Pong and Luan Baifeng might have already lost their lives. Xian Pong was only in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. However, Yang Kai wanted to deal with Luan Baifeng back then, and Xian Pong was her trusted aide. Therefore, he made use of Xian Pong and successfully lured her out of the Black Prison. After that, the materials extracted from Black Prison would be sent to Voidland and High Heaven Palace. Most of the time, it was Xian Pong who dealt with these affairs. The environment in the Black Prison was unique and dangerous, while Luan Baifeng was one of the most powerful 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters out there. Additionally, she was also an expert in Tao of Spirit arrays. The average 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master wouldn't be a match for her inside the Black Prison. After they defeated Zuoquan Hui in the past, Luan Baifeng returned to the Black Prison and started working on extracting more materials. Without Yang Kai's permission, she wouldn't easily leave the Black Prison. Yang Kai had never expected that the 2 of them had passed away. What had happened in the Black Prison? There were a tremendous amount of materials in the Black Prison, so it was a critical place that Yang Kai regarded highly. In the past, Voidland and High Heaven Palace mainly got their yin-yang element materials from the Black Prison. Even though Yang Kai had an inexhaustible amount of yin-yang element materials now, there was still a lack of higher order 5-element materials. After he ascended to the 7th Order, his cultivation progress would speed up if he had complete sets of 7th Order materials to refine. After all, it took a painfully long time to ascend to the 8th Order from the 7th Order. Furthermore, there might be 8th Order materials in Black Prison. Hence, he couldn't afford to lose the Black Prison. Nevertheless, Yang Kai had finally figured out the reason he had repeatedly felt a sense of unease. That was because Xian Pong and Luan Baifeng were killed one after the other. It was thanks to the loyalty list that he could faintly detect it despite being far away from them. Without any delay, he quickly summoned Chu Huashang and Tao Lingwan. They then looked for Luo Tinghe. Upon hearing his explanation, Luo Tinghe scowled. So, the reason you felt a sense of uneasiness was that those 2 passed away? You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.